There we go. The airline. I didn't realise.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back. The broadcasting continues, and it has been a long race. 20 hours has elapsed. We are now into the final 4 hours of the broadcasting and the race. It is ACM you're watching here, ACC career mode, and I am proud and privileged to be here in the commentary box before John Wright jumps back in. My name is George Cook on behalf of Raven Comms. I'm going to be leading you through the next couple of hours of the broadcasting. And I'll tell you what, absolute pleasure to be here for this 24-hour event, raising money for air ambulance in the UK. We've had some donations overnight. I'm going to read out a few comments in a little while. But welcome to all those watching on the Twitch channel. Darkness Was Then, we're seeing you there. Broti, seeing you there as well. Let us know how you've fared over the last 20 hours of racing. Have you gotten any sleep? Are you feeling like you need some sleep? I'm sure most people are. But nonetheless, we continue our broadcasting for the remaining 4 hours of the evening. It's 12:38 a.m. on track. Optimum track conditions still out there. 18 degrees Celsius track temperature and tarmac temperature with a bit of a northerly wind relative to the car position, of course, at 11 kilometers per hour. So a little bit of wind out there. And to give you a little update, we've had a few happenings overnight while the broadcasting has been off, and a few unfortunate situations as well, including the number 41 car who were formerly leading this 24-hour race, unfortunately disconnected and unable to rejoin, which is absolutely gutting for them and gutting for us as well, because they were doing incredibly well. So instead, the leaders at the moment, Perez in the BMW, the number 100 car, setting some great lap times out there on the 75th lap of this race. The 75 down will now be continuing on, and we'll be reaching somewhere around that 80 to, well, I think it'd be more than that, won't it? Probably be about 100 laps here. Someone can tell the exact math. I tend to try not to do math in the commentary box because I'm usually pretty bad at it while I'm focusing on my timing tower and focusing on everything else that is going on. Of course, big thanks to our partners in the gaming industry as well. Uplay, massive appreciation for them. Dominique, thank you very much for your comments there, saying thanks for the good broadcasting, good work. Thank you very much. Hello to GSL Wannabe. Welcome in. And when do the swap drivers? Well, they've been swapping drivers all night. Some of these teams out here, I believe you can have up to 7 drivers on the team, so between 1 and 7. Don't know if there's too many people out there running the one-person team, because that would be a massive effort. I'll scroll through my spotter guide, see if I can spot anyone who is running a single-person team, but at the moment, I have not seen anyone that is running a single-person race. That'd be very impressive. A few times we've seen people run 2-person teams in these 24 hours events, but not that often, let's be absolutely honest. So it is Perez, as I said, the number 100 car leading us away. About 100 seconds behind, currently in the pits, Hours in the number 20 Ferrari. So they'll be doing a driver swap in a few moments' time, and quite likely to be getting in one of the others. We've just had a little bit of a pause there, so just don't mind if we do get a few glitches. As mentioned in the earlier broadcast by John Wright, even the best CPUs and GPUs in the world are not good enough to handle the Nordschleife when there's a lot of people involved. We did have an early server crash that delayed the start of the race, and I believe another one happened later on in the night too, so lots happening. And yes, it's Arnaud Howers at the moment in the number 20 Ferrari. It's a 2-person team, as I understand it, for Ligue Esports, the French team. So it looks like brothers Thibault Howers might be jumping in the car after this, after their pit stop. So they're currently in second place, and then looks like things are switching around at the top, which is good to see. Sonnet Angel on the 211 McLaren, been running very consistently in the last 15 minutes since I've jumped back into the broadcasting. And Sonnet Angel obviously still with that fastest lap to his name. About a lap down at the moment, so currently sitting in P3 overall. By the looks of it, we do have a switch of position there. So it is Tim Newberger in the number 88 car is also going to be jumping into the pits in a few moments' time. They're currently running. By the looks of it, we'll check there because I think something's happened on my timing sheet. Either way, we do have a 5-second penalty there for the number 37 Ferrari. So not all bells and whistles for the Ferrari teams that are out there at the moment, and they've got a McLaren ahead of them, which is rightly so, but unfortunately we've got Hours out there in the number 20 leading in P2. So you'll be able to tell eventually that John Wright, a previous commentator who's going to jump in a couple of hours, is a Ferrari fan. And I'm a McLaren fan, so very happy to see both the number 74 and the 211. Great to see the 211 up there, bringing it to these Ferrari boys. Dominic asking how Eclipse Racing is looking. I will try and find. Do you have their car number? That would be great. That's number 16. So number 16 at the moment, currently sitting over in P16. So that's pretty much perfect for them. Charles Leclerc's race number in Formula 1, number 16, and one of my favourite numbers as well. So currently Ravissot in the car. They're on the 73rd lap, so a couple of laps behind the leaders at the moment. Just looking at the track map, they're pretty much on their own as they head through the main part of the Nürburgring GP course. So coming up to some of these lovely corners before you head down one of the main back straights and then enter into the Nordschleife. Fantastic circuit, this one, of course, 25 kilometers, 172 corners. So when you're a commentator and a broadcaster, have fun, of course, memorizing all the corner names, which unfortunately is not something I can attest to having done successfully at all at this stage. Sitting over in P5, it is Philippe Verlinsky in the 757 car. So Oliver Flynn was in the car early mornings after his stint in the broadcasting booth with John Wright at the beginning of the race. Looks like their team is doing some excellent work in the Ferrari 296 GT3 car, as all of these are. I don't think anyone's running the 488. Let me know if you know of anyone running the 488, but I think you have to be a little bit of a masochist to want to go and do that. It's hard enough in the 296. The 488 here I think would be bouncing off the walls and then bouncing above them and flying off into the forest. That's just the way that the 488 goes. Sitting in fifth is the 757. Then, of course, it is the 988 Coaster. So that is Diogo Costa, full Valtra performance. Doing well at the moment. Best laps in 8:15. Last one was a 10 minutes, so probably just getting a little bit stuck into the weeds at the moment. Can't see any visible damage on the car at the moment. Making a couple of overtakes on the Dohinger straight. That is a wild Audi that really wants to pass as well. Double slipstream as we head down the Dohinger straight into this tricky braking zone. Will the Audi want to be getting involved in this? It's the number 42. So this is a battle for position right now out on track between P6 and P7, and they're absolutely going for it. I did just see one of the something pop over the barrier. I don't know quite what that was. Maybe one of the fans on the circuits just going and having a little bit of fun. Number 42 not able to make it happen there. They're going to pull off into the pit lane and potentially switch driver. So Coaster will continue onto the 75th lap without that headache in the Audi behind it any longer. Close bit of battling. Really tricky section as you exit the Dohinger straight there. Super high speed. Getting that braking zone absolutely right. Remembering there's a little dip just in the braking zone. So you're sort of doing two stages of braking. As we see the number 42 go yellow, that'll just be for the pit stop most likely. So I don't think that's going to be an issue there at all. But as I said, very tricky braking zone at that final corner, especially when you get to night time. It's 45 minutes past the midnight barrier. So it will be very, very dark all the way through. Not so bad at the Nürburgring GP course, which we're on now. Once you get into the Nordschleife, though, totally different situation. Moving down the line there in 8th place, it is Miroslav Kutscher, and in the 666 car for Kermit Motorsport. They're doing some good lap times out there, currently up on their delta for this lap, and they're really consistent, 8-minute 10s all the way through the last few laps from what I can tell. Decent sector times as well coming through for them. Then in P9 it is Weigand and the 95 car for IRC and SMSHRS.com. The German driver at a German circuit. He'll be right at home in the BMW, a German car, so an all-German team going through at the moment for them. I'll have a little look and see if the rest of the drivers are, in fact, all German. And they are not. We do have a Spanish driver in there. Marvin Borgsdorf-Marin is also in amongst there. So Eric YC, Eric Weigand in the car at the moment. Julian Boischer in the BMW M4 GT3 car for IRC F1 is the official team name for them. And then down in P10, it is the number 77, Pavel Kislev, is currently in the car in the Lexus. You know, fast on the straights, bad in the corners. That's how we all know the Lexus operates. Nice to see a few Lexuses out there. Typical choice for some of the aliens. They're able to control it through the corners, and then on the straight, it absolutely flies. Dominic, it was the number 16 is Eclipse Racing, from what I can tell. Currently in 16th place, so There you go. And Ravasot currently in the car. So you can see there on the timing tower. Ravasot in the number 16, and I believe that is Eclipse Racing. Eclipse Racing Team 296. So there you go. Is that the French flag, or is that the other flag that looks very similar? You'll have to let me know. I'm not always the best with my flags. In 11th place at the moment, the number 12 Ferrari is Di Figiano in there, the German driver, in the 24-hour Scuderia JM Racing entry. Some decent lap times too, as a penalty comes out for car 95. So that is Weygand, who we just looked at, and a stop go 30 for the number 1 as well. You don't know the name of the team, but you're supporting P20 and the number 74 car. Oh, very nice, Wannabe. Well, you're part of a McLaren team, so you've got my respect and hopes and dreams on your shoulders as well. So I hope the team can do well. P20, very respectable position in a race like this, because it's a long, long race. So any position, I always say with endurance racing, especially these 24-hour events, it really is just a matter of getting to the end, is as much of a victory as coming first place. In the number 58 card is Millier. So I believe that is a French driver there for Gravel Trap Racing. Good times on the board at the moment, and what a livery this is. It's a little bit dark out there to get a really good look at it. We'll see if we can get a better look at it. There we go, the I'm late bumper sticker, some Hello Kitty all over it. Very, very colourful, let's put it that way. A little bit cartoony, but I think we like that. Either way, tricky place to go through into that section. Now we bring up make sure I've got my track map up. There's Arenberg. See, I do know the names. It's just a matter of reminding myself of the names as we go on through. Then over in P13 is the number 2 car. We've got Karagoz in the test vehicle there, is what it's being called. I want to be saying, you think your brother drives at the next pit stop. Okay, very cool. So I'll do a double check on that once we get up to P20. We'll have a little look through some of that. By the way, of course, in chat, if you have any questions or things you'd like answers for, do let me know. Anything you want me to focus on or comment on, happy to go and give you a little bit of airtime. So I'll be going through the grid right now, give everyone a little bit of airtime, get an update. Of course, we've been away for the last 16, 17 hours or so. So no broadcasting over that evening period. And now we're back for this last 4 hours on track. The 98 car, another Lexus, 2 of 4 I think we've got on the grid. Mohammed Azza is in the car at the moment for Balapan Random Motorsports, doing a decent amount of pace as well. Then we've got the 999, Sven Hassler. Don't know if that's the real name or not, but it's Matthias Blobbaum, I believe it is. My apologies, sounding a little bit like Rowan Atkinson for a moment there. The 999 AM-Class Races, currently in P15, so doing well at the minute. I think it's a great race day today, great race today, but would be better with the Le Mans song. I don't know that song. And we've got, I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, iClip. He's saying, didn't even know they did events like this in ACC. Yeah, lots of leagues do end up doing 24-hour events. This race has been going for 20 hours and 17 minutes at the moment. Huge event. Started with a massive grid. We've had a few drivers drop out due to connection issues and several other factors that have come into play, unfortunately. But these events are absolutely fantastic. ACM been putting on 24-hour events for a while. Big Brain Racing do this as well. Those two have been working together for a while, though I don't know the current status of the relationship between the two leagues, but that's certainly from my experience. The 24-hour events are absolutely brilliant. I've been involved in a number of 24-hour events in terms of the broadcasting and commentary over my time, and also from a driving perspective as well. Very difficult to do as a driver and a broadcaster. There's nothing easy about 24-hour events, that is for sure. Where could you find leagues? Well, you found one right now, ACM. So jump into the Discord. It's worth doing. You can search them up on Discord, search them up on Awesome Sim Racing, and also on, I believe, SimGrid, thesimgrid.com. You can type in ACC, which is also, it's an acronym for Assetto Corsa, or essentially ACC career mode. But type in ACM on thesimgrid.com. There's the Discord link. Thanks, Ronzio. Thanks very, very much for that. Jump in, get involved. These events are open entries, so feel free to go in. Well, I'll have to go and look at this song now. No, Wannabe, you're not too slow. It's all good. Ronzio, you're asking, can we have a replay of the flipped car? No, I don't think I'll have that because the flipped car generally means the server crashes. Do you know when the car flipped? We could probably arrange to have my screen flipped upside down, then everyone would look like they're driving on the roof, but I don't think that would be a beneficial 21 at the moment. Got the 900 car currently sitting with a rather large yellow. Not quite sure what's happened there, and they have, I believe, disconnected from the server. So not able to see that, unless they were the one who was upside down. And potentially they were. Don't think I've got that caught on my highlights area either, so I don't think we'll be able to get a replay of what's happened to the number 900, but for some reason in Sector 1, the Nürburgring GP course, they have found themselves not in a great position. In a hot lap, you drove an 8:59. Hey, look, you know what? At the end of the day, as long as you're having fun, then it doesn't matter. All right, I've just listened to the song, Dominic. Yeah, La 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 Mons. That's great. All right, I like that. La 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 Mons. All right. Well, you know, we need to make our own one for the Nürburgring Nordschleife 24-hour event. The Nordschleife, something like that. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, there's plenty of guides online, so if you do want to get faster at the Nürburgring, it is one of those tracks that it does take a lot of practice. It's a frustrating thing. I'm one of those people who absolutely loves this track. I love driving it. I know all the corners, and I just can't get enough of the Nordschleife. So I've been driving it for years. So at this point, it's a little hard for me to look back and say, well, how do you get good at it? Well, you just have to drive this course for years and years and years, and eventually you do get familiar with it. So it's just like learning any other race course, except it just takes a little bit longer. 5-second penalties there for the 37, the 95, and a stop-go for the number 1 car. Mazza currently in the car for the Ferrari number 1 back in P21. So we'll keep an eye on them throughout the next little while. In the pits comes Miller, number 58, currently in P13. I believe they're in a battle at the moment with Mohamed Azar, who's coming up to the end of his lap. So this is going to be one to keep an eye on. Bryce Miller in the 58, still sitting in the pits, and through will come Mohamed Azar in the Balapan Random Esports Lexus. So up they go into P13. And that'll be a nice overtake done on track, but of course that'll switch back the other way. A lot of teams and drivers will be starting to have a little bit of a think about what happens when we get to the end of the race, because you've got to start figuring out your pit strategy. And we've just achieved our goal, 620 followers out of 620, so thank you all so much for getting on board and following the channel. Time for a few housekeeping items. Of course, do give us follows on the channel. It is really appreciated. ACM has been building up this channel really, really well over the last little while. Of course, check them out on their website as well. I'll just double check exactly what the website address is. Maybe someone can paste it in into chat, because they've got an app, they've got penalty points, they've got all sorts of really, really awesome stuff going on the website. It's all integrated, and their website is also there tracking penalties as well. So maybe Ronzio, if you can find that link for me, that would be absolutely fantastic as well. Other housekeeping items, of course, this is a fundraiser for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance Service, who do unbelievable work in the community. They are funded, of course, in a number of ways. Donations are massive as well. Yeah, Ronzio, link for the penalties would be fantastic if you do have it, and then I can sort of extract the ACM link from that as well. And this is the fundraiser. We're trying to get to £500 so far, at 91% of that goal. £455 have been raised so far for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance. And we only need to get another 45 at least to meet that goal. So help us do that, please. You can see the pinned link at the top, www.justgiving.com/page/ACM-racing. Please consider donating. There's so much good work that is done by these air ambulances, and it is critical for people to get the assistance and care that they need, the medical attention they need in remote parts of the country when the ambulance service can't get to them. Air ambulance fills in a critical gap in the medical infrastructure all the way throughout the world and England as well. Some donations came in, of course, through the night. We've got Sachin with £150, saying so much love and respect to everyone who works as part of the air ambulance crew. You saved many lives, and most importantly to me, you saved my friend's life. I cannot thank you enough for this. That is absolutely lovely. Graham, Catherine and Sarah donating £100 as well about 18 hours ago. Callum Blythe has donated, 757 Motorsport have donated, and Harry Goswell as well. Harry, by the way, was saved by the air ambulance. We're not sure the circumstances, or I'm not sure the circumstances under which he needed saving, but nonetheless, Harry is a recipient of the good will and incredible medical care by the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance, and that is part of the reason why we are doing the fundraiser today for them. So please consider going and giving a donation. Help us get to the £500 target. And at every single dollar, even if it's $1 or $5 or $50, it's all so appreciated. And we know that money is tight around everywhere, but without the air ambulance service, we would have a lot of very, very dire situations that turned even worse as a result of this service not existing. So you can check the pinned comments in stream chat to get the justgiving.com link. Otherwise, type in www.justgiving.com/page/ACM-racing. It is so much appreciated what these guys do. The charity, of course, the air ambulances don't receive any government funding for its daily missions, so this money means you are saving lives directly, enabling this air ambulance to get into the air. And wonderful to be going around doing 24 hours of racing for this service. Absolutely fantastic. We do have a new song, do we? Thank you for the link, Ronzio. So you can go to acm-racing.com/stewarding to get the current penalties that are up. So acm-racing.com to get involved in ACM Racing, to download the app and get involved. The Discord links are also in there as well. So go to acm-racing.com/stewarding and get the app, get signed up, browse the upcoming events. There's a bunch of utilities in there. Really nicely designed website, very easy to navigate. So please do get involved. We do have 3 hours, 34 minutes and 28 seconds remaining on the clock. Another yellow comes up on track, but that has quickly been resolved. We're currently on board with Greffenkorg, a switch of the driver for our leading teams at the moment on the 77th lap of this race. They've got hours in behind in the number 20 Ferrari, though how far back on the track, I'm not 100% sure. Looks like it's about a minute still, so no real change in the gap between the leaders. P1 and P2, then it's Zimmerman about a lap behind there in the 37, but with that 5-second penalty still hanging over their head. Fairlinsky in the 757 up a few positions as a few pit stops have been made while I've been talking. Just keep an eye on that. Sonnet Angel and the 211 McLaren doing a double stint on this one by the looks of it. Falling back a couple of positions up, jumping into the pits, but they will continue. And Dominique has invented it, I believe, a Nürburgring song. I'm going to try my best. To sing it out. I don't quite know what key we're in, but here we go. We'll try this and see what this sounds like. New Nürburgring ACM race, the best in the world. Maybe there's a bit of an English faux pas there. New Nürburgring, new Nürburgring ACM race. La 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 la. Well done, excellent. Not too bad. Probably give it about a 3 out of 10 for my singing. Maybe a 4 out of 10 for the words written. Ronzio, you've just donated. Thank you so much. Let me go and update the link and let's have a little look. Thank you so much. $2 donated. Honestly, every single bit makes a huge difference. Thank you for the €2 donated to this great cause, Ronzio. That is so appreciated. Really appreciate that. And the message coming through there, keep racing. Excellent. And your help here with those €2 will help Air Ambulance keep flying. So everyone will continue to fly around the race course and fly in the air to save lives. Thank you so much. If anyone's got any questions or any cars you would like me to focus on, we're keeping an eye around the grid at the moment. Oh, we've got to get the ACM commentator singing band. Yeah, we'll have a barbershop A barbershop quartet is what we end up needing. We'll do something at some point, potentially. I don't think I get paid extra for that, though, so it'd have to be a really good song. I see. So, Ronzio, your Carve 555 has retired. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to hear that. Indeed, commiserations to you and the team. But you made it through a decent chunk of the race by the sounds of it. And as you say, the race must go on. The show must continue. Currently no barbershop quartet planned for the ACM commentators at this stage. So we'll keep it that way for now. We've just seen a pit stop by a couple. Costa in the 988, I believe, was in the pit. Zimmerman is now in the pits and serves that 5-second penalty. Gets that cleared off of his name. That does give a chance for Angel, I should say, to try and catch up. Sonnet Angel, of course. In numerous leagues, if you've been driving anywhere in European leagues, you will probably have seen Sonnet Angel's name. I've had a chat to Sonnet a number of times. We get along quite well, and of course, being McLaren fans, it does help indeed. But Sonnet Angel, one of the faster drivers in Europe, certainly top 100, I would argue. Lots of good drivers out there, of course, but certainly showing up and showing a lot of form here at the Nürburgring today, trying to get this 211 car back up to the party of Ferraris that is happening just in front of them in 4th, 3rd, and 2nd place. So, by the looks of it, the gap is not absolutely massive. 77th lap here. Zimmerman is saying 49 minutes on the current lap, which is clearly not correct. The 33 car is ahead of them. The 37 is behind. So, looks like about a lap down for Angel at the moment. So still a lot of work to do throughout the remainder of this race. 3 hours and 30 minutes exactly now remaining, getting just into that 1 a.m. period, as the 114 has had an issue somewhere along the race. And let's see, oh dear, front runner racing. Martin Prochakas, oh, that's a scary place to be off the track. Looks like they might have just launched through the curb just that little bit. Very, very awkward through that section of racetrack. Just getting up before the Dohinger Straight, before the second carousel. So that'll be in Steffenbaloff S, or the Flansgarten. Somewhere through there, the car has come quite loose, and they've ended up in the barrier, and Front Runner Racing is carrying a lot of damage now on that car. 7 laps down from the leader, but still technically in a battle with the 151 and the number 5 car for 30th position at the moment, but was in it for a while. As we see another issue, the 437 has had a crash as well, and they are backwards in the barrier. Apex GP and Max Pfluger has had a massive issue down at the hairpin. So a disaster there for that team. No fun to be beached to the corner like that. It's really, really difficult place to end up. And backwards as well. Luckily found a gap after the 33 car was able to get through, and now has Sonnet Angel a couple of corners behind. But that'll be damage on the Mercedes as well. Certainly not ideal, and that'll have to get repaired. Doesn't look too bad though, if I'm honest. Not quite as bad as what we saw in the 114. Who well and truly slammed it into the barriers at high speed. At least you're going into a braking zone. Likely just hit a curb, got the car spun around. As we have seen at the Red Bull Ring for Formula 1, a couple of the drivers doing basically perfect pirouettes after dipping a toe into the gravel, spinning around but not hitting the barrier. So it might have been the case for Pfluger here. Just getting away with it. So very lucky to have that done, because if you're middle of the stint, which I think they are, then I tell you what, that is damage that you do not want to be having. iClips asking, is it a paid entry for these endurance races, and how often do they occur? Well, there's an endurance series happening all throughout the year for ACM. You can check that out on the simgrid.com by going to ACM page. I believe it is a full year event. I don't know if there's an entry fee or not. I'm not aware of any entry fee. There might well be, but I'm not aware of any entry fee. Let me do a quick check here. As far as I can tell, there is no entry fee for this race at all. This is part of the ACM NLS Endurance Series. It's an 8-round series containing a variety of races. Some of them are going to be the cars from 2019 or, excuse me, beforehand, multi-class racing and more every 3 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I can recommend you just get involved and go to ACM-racing or check out thesimgrid.com and get yourself involved. Doesn't appear to be any kind of entry fee happening. And if you do make a donation to the air ambulance, please do let us know. We are currently sitting about £43 off of our £500 target. So please do consider donating. The link is in the chat, pinned by Darkness Within. You can see at the top of your stream chat. It is there. I will, for good measure, just post this in so that everyone's got it. And do let us know in chat. If you do make a donation, let us know in chat so we can go and double check that. So getting back to the racing, I haven't seen any further incidents happening out on track. We're going to try and check in with the number 42 car. We'll eventually get the broadcaster. We'll eventually get onto the number 42 car. The broadcaster, who is me, by the way. I'm broadcasting at the same time as doing this. There we go. Also wearing my glasses today. New fastest lap by the 999 car, Blowbaum, I think it is. So apologies for my pronunciation. Sometimes it does get away from me. But in P6, Oliver Barr now in the car for number 42. So this is the fight that we were seeing a little while back. I can't remember the other car that was involved in it, but they were right close on track. So DB3 Motorsport going for it in their Audi. 60 seconds off the back of P5 currently. This is the stage where everything does seem to be a little bit split up on track, but I tell you, these strategies will start to converge towards the end of the race. Ronzio confirming no entry fee for this race. Yeah, that's not something that I'm aware that ACM does for these endurance series. Maybe they do it for some of their other series, I'm not sure. Number 45 has had a problem. We can see the yellow out on track right now. It is Lal, and yeah, Corentin Lali for DSR, that's Da Sounds Racing, the number 43 car, putting a very orange livery today. Fortunately a little bit banged up, finding the barrier a couple of times through there. Track conditions are pretty conducive to decent amount of grip. It is quite late, but 18 degrees Celsius. It is still very warm out there given that it is 1 a.m. What is next to the car logo, this yellow thing? Which car are you talking about, Wannabe? If you're talking about the little bar that's either green, yellow or red, that's latency. But let me know what you're referring to. Yeah, so you can see just next to the manufacturer names, there's these little bars that are green or yellow. That is the latency. And I have quite a bit of latency, so this isn't usually what you'll see when you're racing in amongst people who are in the same time zone as you, because I'm broadcasting to you from New Zealand. So my ping, unfortunately, is quite high, which means that there will be a little bit of latency on some of the cars. If you see some glitching of the cars, that is why. And also the yellow bar indicates that there's sort of a medium amount of latency, which is usually around 300 or 400 milliseconds. So it just means that because of the distance, I'm a little bit behind in terms of what's coming through, but it's fine. It usually doesn't affect it, and ACC is reasonably good with handling connections from around the world. But yeah, that is ping. Yes, New Zealand. You wrote about New Zealand in an exam. Excellent. What did you find out? Do let me know. I'll be able to tell you if you got an A or not on your exam. Oh, that is a moment there. You see the sparks flying out from the underbody of Herman's number 71 BMW. They head down through the hill. A lovely bit of track there. I absolutely love it. Coming into that fantastic section. And just before we sweep round onto the high-speed section of the track, which is around Bergwerk. So that was, I believe, the Breitscheid there. And it was a real bottoming out of the BMW. Just kind of launched it over the barriers a little bit too much. You studied Terreo Maori. Excellent. Ronzi, are you from New Zealand, or why were you studying the Maori language? Fascinating. Tēnā koutou katoa, my friend. Excellent. Fantastic. See, I'm one of those, it's a bit of a weird one for me, having an English accent. I am actually a Kiwi. But of course, in New Zealand, we all learn a little bit of Maori here and there. Duo, it's on Duolingo, but we get taught it in schools. We're exposed to it. A lot of our street names and place names are Maori names. The Waikato, for example, is a region in New Zealand. You're from Italy and you're a linguist. Excellent. So what's your opinion then of Te Reo Maori? It's quite an interesting language. It's pretty fun when you get anything starting with a WH, an A, and a K, like whakatane. It is pronounced like that, and I'm not being rude. That's just how pronunciation in a lot of Te Reo Maori words is. So for those English speakers that are having a laugh, don't laugh. That's just part of the culture. We have a good sense of humour here in New Zealand, though, admittedly. Back on track, I'm talking about a lot of other things instead of the racing itself. My apologies, that's me doing my thing. It's always interesting to find out when people are talking. Here we go, a little bit of a close battle going on, and it is Ferlinski and Costa right together on track. So right behind them, as Costa's going to have to do a lot of defending here because Ferlinski is right there in the 757 motorsport car. And these guys have been absolutely lightning quick. So I don't know how much Costa's going to be able to do in the 988. Look, you can see the alternative line there being taken by the 757. Here we go, and this will be the run down towards YouTube corner. A very famous section of track here. There's a good run out of the corner, though, for the 988. Both Ferrari 296s, so got equal machinery here. You'll be jumping the curb through there. Another alternative line. 757 trying to find a way through on the inside, just trying to put off the 988. At the moment, doesn't want Costa to be doing anything other than looking in his rear view mirror and worrying about when the attack is going to come. He knows it's going to come eventually. Here we go, through miss, and this will be down into the braking zone, into the chicane. Not the chicane, the hairpin, I should say. So there's an overtaking opportunity through here. Will there be an inside lunge? There's not. No room through there. Another good launch for the 757 out of the corner we go and down the hill. Welcome back into the chat, Darkness Within. Cheering on the 757, that's your team right there. Excellent. As we see ahead, there's actually the number 211 car has had a bit of a problem out on track. These two are approaching that section. They'll be there in a couple of minutes. Looks like the 211 has managed to get going again. So Sonne Angel has had a big accident and looks like they might be dropping down the order a little bit there. Certainly have lost a lot of time. All that progress they've made towards getting up towards P2. Has now, fortunately, started to slip away from them again. Not ideal at all. Again, the 757 on the attack through the high-speed section now. Absolutely flat out, coming up to that lovely left-hander. Through we go. Foot to the floor, of course. Make sure you drop into a nice lower gear, though. That's the key thing. You don't want to be shifting up too fast because it's an uphill until you get to the next left-hander. Coming through here, dab on the brakes, get the car turned in, and then start to pray. Whoa! And that is the barrier there for the 757. Not a massive touch, luckily for them, but it's lost them a bit of time. So we see the number 42 has had a problem as well. So just as you said, go 42, Pierre, in the chat. Looks like you might have cursed the 42 because they've gone straight into the barrier by the look of it. Here we are into the carousel. Decent run through there for the both of these cars. This is the battle for P4 at the moment between Philippe Ferlinski, who's in P5. In the 757 car, fighting to get ahead of Costa in the 988. Both in the Ferrari. Now the fast uphill section. Can just lift off the brakes. Little dab on the brakes, though, for the 757. Maybe not as confident through this section of track. Very tricky to get right when it's so dark in this area of the circuit. Bit of a curb ride for the 757. Looking for every single angle. Trying to find the angle. Trying to be as big as possible in the rear vision mirror of Costa. Looks like Ferlinski does have the pace at the moment. It's just, how do you find a spot to overtake on the Nordschleife? It's so difficult. You've got to really wait for the car ahead of you to make a mistake, but I have to admit, Costa doing a very good job keeping it pinned to the apex, pinned on the exits, and nice and shallow into the corners as well, really cutting off the 757, saying there's not really going to be an opportunity. Here again, 757 pulling alongside there side by side, but it's inside line for the 988. That'll rapidly become the outside line. Looks like Ferlinski's going to have it done, but they're still side by side. Down the hill we go and up into the health, the really tricky section. There's actually contact between the two. And how has the 988 car survived that one? unstable just as they go off the jump and into the double right-hander. Somehow manages to keep the car under control, and going side by side through that section of track is, well, very, very difficult. They've managed to do that beautifully. Falinsky moves up into P4 in this race in the 757 car. Great move at the end of the day. Nearly came to blows, though, I have to admit. Overtaking in the downhill left-hander. Oh, boy, oh, boy. That is terrifying stuff, but they've done it nicely. A couple of moments as he's now trying to build that gap. You can see the pace that Falinsky's got versus Costa. Costa will probably be coming in for a pit stop at some point soon to refresh the tyres. Excellent racing by these two at this point in the track. Catching up a little bit on the chat, Wannabe saying 5.2 million population, 268 square kilometres, Māori art, volcanoes in the cities, Hamilton, Auckland, Wellington, capital, yes, and even Christchurch, Tauranga, Queenstown, Cape Farewells with some windows pictures are made on the beach. That's correct. Yep, Cape, of course, being up the top part of the South Island, near the Golden Sands Bays, Golden Bay and the Peninsula. Beautiful part of the country. If you ever get a chance to go to the Nelson area, the top of the South Island, absolutely beautiful. Good information. I think you might have passed the exam. You've certainly passed my exam, Wannabe. Good stuff. Ronzio saying it would be good if the New Zealand people could go back to Te Reo Māori. People should not forget their roots. Yeah, well, that's the problem, though, is because it's there's two routes. There's the English settlers and then there's the Māori settlers as well. And bear in mind that for New Zealand, as the 76 has a little bit of an issue out on track. I do also want to catch up on Angel, who's had that issue earlier on, trying to find the 67 in my track map, and I can't find them at the minute. Where are they sitting? The number 67 was its number 76 car. Sorry. Let's see if we can bring them up on screen. Actually, for some reason, can't find the 76. There we go. It is Jordan Verhofstadt. Had a little bit of an issue. So another McLaren driver out there with a default livery. It's not loaded for some reason, but one of 3 McLaren drivers out there for Gen X. Excellent stuff. Clearly didn't have a major issue because it doesn't look like there's any damage on that McLaren at this stage, so they'll continue on, currently in 26th position. As I was saying about New Zealand, the original settlers of New Zealand were the Polynesian Moriori, and unfortunately the Maori came from Polynesia as well, and they ended up in a bit of a war with them and sort of wiped them out. And then the Europeans arrived and then basically did the same to the Maori, so it's a very complicated history, very short history for New Zealand. We're not an old country, but the history behind who owns what and who has what is very, very complicated. As we do see the number 20 positioned car, the number 74 McLaren, Belinsky coming into the pits, 3 laps behind on the leaders. The stop-go 30 has been picked up by the number 16 car, so a bit of a slap on the wrist there for the number 16 as Leandre Knoll now in the Ferrari for Eclipse Racing Team. So the argument here in New Zealand is that we remain a dual language country because the origins are so difficult to split up. Arguably it should be the Māori language, but I think we need to, I think it's one of those things where you need to understand that the future of at least New Zealand is in integrating the two sides, and we need to all be able to speak both. So I don't think choosing one or the other is the way forward. Anyway, before I dive too much deeper into the political and cultural history of my home country, New Zealand, which is a long and deep and fascinating topic that is worth researching online, we do have a race still ongoing, and the 437 has had an issue. Where are they? They're sitting off the track. So Max Pfluger, who we saw backwards at the hairpin not a lap and a half ago, has found himself backwards again, waiting for the traffic to clear itself. Is trying the 3-point turn. And this is, I believe, coming down the Thurshore, I think is the section of track that this is called, just before Adenauer Forst. This is after that famous Arenberg corner. Beautiful bit of track here. Stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. 3 laps to go. That's why the 666 has got a penalty, and Pfluger is going to pull off to the side of the road because he's in a scary situation with a bunch of fast cars who are undamaged coming on through. Ronzio saying, "You can't park there." "You can't park there, sir." You know, I'm the only one qualified to say that with the English accent, in the commentary box at least, and it's only me here. But certainly you can't park there, sir. And he was. And number 16 now having an issue of their own. So a lot of mistakes starting to creep in at this stage. And oh dear, Eclipse racing nearly 90 degrees across the high-speed section of the track. This is where we saw Felinski nearly having a problem with the 757 before he overtook the 988 car. That is number 16 having not a great time through that section of track. Number 22 has also had a bit of an issue as well. Amazingly, the number 16 car still in 16th position. That doesn't look like it's going to change anytime soon. So we'll go for an onboard at some point. Do let us know in chat. What do you think? Who should we go on board with? I'd like to do a full onboard lap with someone out on the field. Currently, I don't see too many other close battles going on. The 988 is they're being chased down by the 37, but they're not close on track. We've got the number 9, and I believe, well, Costa is still only 2 seconds from Felinski, but Felinski is starting to pull away in the 757. Got a bit of a battle about to happen between P13 and P14. Don't believe that's the 666 ahead. No, 666 is further ahead on track, so the 95 making it on through quite nicely for IRC, xsmshrs.com. Love the T-Rex on the side of the BMW. That is very appealing to me. And this is the battle that I do want us to focus on now. It is Caragos and the number 2 Ferrari being chased down by the BMW, the 999. Only 1.3 seconds behind them at the moment. So this is going to be become a little bit spicy. So we might go on board with the number 999 and just have a little bit of a look. Just got to find the right dash cam. Sorry, give me 2 minutes here to find the correct onboard. There we go. That's the onboard that we wanted. Is it? My apologies. Trying to find the right onboard here. Dealing with a little bit of a brand new broadcasting setup for myself. We'll just go with that for the moment. And there you go. As you can see, on board at the moment, and ahead of them is that Ferrari number 2. And a little bit of traffic for them to get past as we head through this section. Tricky, a little bit wide on the entry there, so shallow into the next couple of corners. Does allow them to open up the exit. So maybe that's the strategy here from the BMW driver. Generally speaking, you like to take a tighter angle into that section to open up the chicane that happens just at the end. Number 420 is yellow, out on track, as is the number 58, driving slowly at the moment. Both of them look to be back on track and continuing. Or is that the number 20? I think it is the number 420. There's a 42 car just there as well. Yes, it was the 420 with a bit of a problem. No real change in the weather at the moment. Through we go into the hit corner. Difficult to get right in the best of times. And now we go down towards one of the trickier braking zones. It's all downhill, slightly off camber. Got to get that turn in quite early and then avoid the curb on the exit. Bring it in and up. There we go. Through we go quite nicely. Yeah, decent run at the moment. Does seem to be making a little bit of progress on the number 2. 1.1 second now the gap between P13 and 14. Keep an eye on that one, as the gap between P4 and 5 does continue to expand, now up to 3.7 seconds, so that'll be continuing to grow as Felinski drives off into the night. Costa wasn't able to keep up the pace, might be middle stint though, so that would give some explanation as to the pace difference between the two. And for some reason the number 2 Ferrari not able to make it past the car ahead. I'm not quite sure who that is. It's not P12, so that's not for position. It's a blue flag, as I understand it, or potentially a faster car, because I haven't seen any blue flags actually waved out on track so far. Whoa, right to the edge of the barrier for the number 2 Ferrari ahead. Very difficult area to go racing, as we see the pink Porsche trying to pull out of the way, get out of the way for the traffic that is coming through. That's really worked out for Blobom, who are on board with now the 999. And that pink Porsche is going to have to get out of the way again. Does decide to take the higher road. Actually does clip the barrier as well. Not ideal for them as the next BMW gets out of the way too. So good driving there, good awareness. And at the end of the day, whether you're blue flagged, when you're blue flagged here, you really do have to be very cautious about when you make your move. Have to give good indication because it's a tight, windy circuit here. 25 kilometers, 170 corners. Are very tight racing action where there really isn't a lot of road to run off onto. 98 goes yellow for the moment. Don't know what's happened there to them, but they're down and they're up in P12, so that actually does affect this track. Oh dear, that's a lot of damage. That is a lot of damage on this car, and Ahmad Jusman has had a major issue, and look who's right behind him. And number 2 is going to be right with them in a few moments' time. So that is absolutely massive. As you can see, the number 2 right there. And they're catching up. That's P12. So Ahmad Jusman for Balapan Random Motorsports has had a major accident in this race, and he's brought P13 and 14 into the mix. And while carrying that damage, he's going to be an absolute sitting duck. The Lexus not good through the corners, great on the straight. He won't be great on the straight anymore. That aero damage, look, he can't even control the car going through the downhill section. It's whipping to the left and whipping to the right. The number 2's just got to be cautious and patient at this stage, but he's got the 999 just behind him, so a three-way battle here with 3 hours and 5 minutes remaining on the clock. Keep your eyes peeled. There goes the number 2. He's going to dive up the inside into the second carousel on the track. There's nothing the 999 won't say to a free position. As we see the 98 pull out of the way, nothing they can do. They can't defend. And I believe that is the Tyrannosaurus Rex livery BMW coming up on the back end of this Lexus as well. That's absolutely gutting for the 98 car. Nothing they can do. And that means that Bedran Karagos moves up into P12 in this race. Still a few penalties to be served out there on track. Here we go. We're keeping an eye on this one. The 999 wants to make a move. They're diving left, diving right, trying to put the number 2 Ferrari offline. Number 2 holding fast at the moment. It's a nautical term for those of you who don't know. Holding fast means hold fast to anything that's bolted down as you go through the storm. It's not the real meaning. I'm making things up, but hold fast, a nautical term. Here we go. The 999 is going to move to the inside line into turn 1 in the Nürburgring GP course, and they've got it done before the corner. Can they get it stopped? Yes, they can. That is a position now for Blaubaum and the 999 BMW moving up into P11. They'll have to navigate the Nürburgring GP course before there's an opportunity to really start to stretch the legs of that BMW. In through the first corner as we go into the Goodyear section, down towards what is typically turn 7, I believe. There's another tricky braking zone downhill. It is on camber as long as you get it turned in, but it's sort of a double apex. You drop in close to that first apex and then loop it in for the second, and now you begin your run up towards the Schumacher S's famous section. We get a top-down view as they run through here. Any curb riding? Yes, there is. Plenty of grip on the track for these two. Into my favourite corner on the Nürburgring track. Hard on the brakes, lift off, get it turned in, use the apex, speed through you go, get the exit right, drop down off the curb, and then back into a sweeping right-hander. Absolutely fantastic. Then you get to go towards Advenbogen, the straight with a kink, in towards that really difficult chicane before we're back onto the Nordschleife. Yellow out on track for the number 8 car. We'll come back to the coverage of the battle for P11. The number 8 car, which is Braden Yap, I believe has had a major issue and has actually reset back to the pits, as I understand it. Yes, it's a major accident for the number 8 in 34th position. Last lap was a 10-minute 06. They might have been sitting out on track for a whole bunch of time, but a big accident in the rear section of the Nordschleife for that car. So we continue with our coverage of the battle for P12. Very small gap between the number 2 and the number 999, but that is not updated yet. We're not through the first sector. Those of you who don't know how that works, you've got to wait for the first sector line for the timings to update in the timing tower. What happens when you support a track that your game doesn't really have the legs to do, and then some of the quirks, which were minor quirks on other tracks, become rather major quirks here at the Nordschleife. Either way, I'm just happy to see that we've got this game with this track. It was one of the happiest days of last year when we have had the Nürburgring Nordschleife announced. I was absolutely stoked. Looking back at the top, Bretoncourt in the number 100 BMW still leading us away on the 81st lap of the race, followed by ours, the all-French team with the brothers, 1-2ing this, so 2-manning in the number 20. They're doing incredibly well. In P2, both of them going for it. 12 hours of driving each. We don't know the exact split, but I'm imagining they're going 50-50. And then a lap down, it is Sonne Angel in the 211 McLaren. Had an issue a couple of laps ago where they crashed it into the wall. Very, very awkward. It's Max in chat talking about GSL Wannabe. Is GSL Wannabe in the car now? Is that what you're trying to say to us? Anyway, number 33 has had a problem. The mistakes are really starting to come in rather often. We are seeing there's a car somewhere there trying to get a capture of it, and yeah, the 33 having a bad time through the top part of the Nordschleife. Now he is a friend who is watching you guys in the number 74. Gotcha. Okay, makes sense. Number 74, that's McLaren, is it not? It is. And Castro's in the car. It's JP Motorsport. Oh, JP Motorsport. Oh, great. Fantastic. I've seen you guys many, many times out on track in a number of European leagues. JP Motorsport. You've had a few incredibly quick drivers driving for you guys, and I'm sure you're classed as that as well. It's a familiar livery. And, oh, man, you're a McLaren driver. Then I love you. Look, I'm a massive McLaren fan. I'm not going to shy away from it. And I'm pretty vocal about it as well. JP Motorsport definitely on my list of teams that I support. So great to see you guys here. You just went on a SimGrid deep dive and will be for sure joining the next endurance race. Excellent, iClips. Glad to hear that, mate. Definitely worth getting involved. At the end of the day, it's really fun. It doesn't matter. With endurance racing, it doesn't matter if you win the race or come in last place. I tell you, the feeling of completing a 24-hour race with friends is like nothing else. It's so, so good. You've had so many crashes, you're still in P21. Yeah, that's pretty good. If you've been crashing quite a bit, that is pretty good. The McLaren, notorious for bottoming out in some of these sections. Very difficult to get right over the jump into the double right-hander through that sort of mid-sector of the race. The 296 car has just had a bit of a problem. Sudam Chowdhury. Oh dear, Waffles and Curry Racing Team. Oh, beached in the middle of the track. Oh dear, that's a scary place to be. They're just going to do the old 5,000 point turn to get themselves back on track. Did well to hold the brakes. That car's looking in a bad bit of shape. Love the name of the team. Waffles and Curry. Never would have thought about that as a combination. I don't think I would want to eat that. Waffles and Curry. Still, great livery. Fantastic to see them here. So the number 74 car. Who have you guys got driving for you today? I'm just going to check on the spotter's guide here. Number 21. Well, it says your JP Motorsport livery, but your Valkyrie performance. Is that correct? No, that's number 21. I'm looking for 74. Sorry. There we are. Here we go. So Max, that's you, Max Belinsky. You got Niklas Weibel. Mel Castro, we saw in the car just a few moments ago. Florian Muller and Leon Hendrickson. Leon Hendrickson, I recognize that name. For Bobber, you guys are called B-O-B-E-R. So are you actually JP Motorsport? Or are you just using their livery? Questions that may not be answered today. Either way, still going in terms of the rest of the battles on the pack. We are now just under 3 hours to go in today's race, chugging along at the moment, excuse the pun. It's got the number 12 just sitting about half a lap behind them at the moment, so a solid P10 at the moment for the number 77 out on track. Stubner ahead of them, but by quite some margin by the looks of it. About a minute and a half or so. Miso Stubner for the 666 just coming out of the pits now onto an outlap. Bear in mind in chat, if you do have any requests for an onboard or to see a particular car, please do let me know. We can make that happen. I'm here to support you guys in the commentary and broadcasting for the next hour or so. So like I said, any requests that you have, please do let me know. Don't feel shy. And it's time for us to do our reminder yet again, because you are watching the ACM Endurance Series, the NLS Endurance Series. And of course, we are supporting today, very importantly, supporting a critical service out there that doesn't receive donations from the government at all, only donations from like the likes of you and those in the community. It is the air ambulance service for Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, and we are trying to raise £500. We've been asked to go on board with the number 47. The Sounds Racing, not in a good space at the moment with Patrick Forjeet in the car at the moment. Quite all right, The Sounds Racing. Welcome into chat. Great to have you here. And Christensen as well. Greetings from car 628. Great to have you in here, Christensen. Thank you so much for joining in. We'll go and have a look at the 628 car. Currently in P28. Madsen currently at the wheel of the Aston Martin. Nice to see an Aston Martin. How are you finding the Aston Martin and how at this course? And The Sounds Racing, how are you finding the Porsche? Or more specifically, how's Patrick finding the Porsche at the moment? Looks like the car's trying to murder him a little bit. Anyway, we're currently at £457 raised for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance. The link to donate is pinned to the chat. We're going to send it again in the racing chat as well. Please do consider a donation, even if it's €1, £1, $1. It all makes a huge difference. These guys are out there saving lives. They are putting their lives on the line. They're going into the helicopter. Whoa! Moment there for the number 47. Picks up a bit of the advertising board as well, for good measure. But these guys are saving lives. Please do consider donating. Oh dear, that rejoin. That's very scary. Oh dear, oh dear. Patrick having a rotten time out there at the moment. The headlights are blinking on and off as he hits the brake. And he needs to get himself back into the pit lane right now. Luckily, he's at the end of the course. So we'll be able to get back in a few moments' time. But yes, please do consider supporting. Links are in the chat. Trying to get to £500. You guys know the name Harry. Harry Goswell. He's one of your glorious leaders and administrators. Look at the state of the 47 car as it comes into the pit. No need to worry about the pit limiter on this one, because that car's not going more than 50 kilometers an hour anyway. Harry Goswell, his life has been saved by the air ambulance, as has countless others in their operating years. They're the local air ambulance service of Warwickshire and Northamptonshire, saving lives. Their critical care teams attend an average of 5 rescue missions a day, giving the very best chance of survival and recovery. These guys can get themselves out to a crash or a medical incident so quickly, but they need our support to do it. Let's try and get to that £500, ladies and gentlemen. Your support is so much appreciated. Their critical care cars mean they can reach those who need them within all year round, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The charity receives no government funding for its daily missions, so it's all based on donations to meet the clinical needs of patients by covering the operational costs to ensure all their vital services are ready to respond. Please go and support them. Please support us to help support them, and check them out on www.wnaa.co.uk. Registered charity, of course, RCN 1098874. The Sounds Racing says you've had some tough accidents. Let me switch the car real quick. I've been buried deep into the The other stuff going on around the track. This is a nice little gap here between P22, P23 Mazda and the number 1 Ferrari being chased down by Hutter in the 69. Nice Ferrari. So a little bit of a battle for us while we continue on. Just Sounds Racing saying had some tough accidents, sadly, in the Porsche, but the Porsche feels really good, but fatigue is setting in within the drivers. Yeah, I think that's one of the tricky things in these longer running endurance. Oh dear, the 39 has been disqualified for driving the wrong way. So that's unfortunately what can happen if you can't get the car turned around after an accident. The game will disqualify the vehicle from the race because it's too dangerous to have cars driving the opposite direction. And that's absolutely gutting the number 39 car. You'll need to make an appeal to the admins to get that disqualification cleared so you can rejoin the race as soon as possible. Sucks to see that happen, but this is the way things go. Fatigue, no doubt, setting in for everyone. We've been going for 21 hours and 10 minutes. 21 hours and 10 minutes at the moment. For most of you, it's right fresh early in the morning. Some of you will be waking up going fresh. Some of you will be coming off the night stint. Here we go, side by side between the number 1 and the number 69. 2 Ferraris into the tricky section towards Arenberg. Can the 69 get it done? Yes, they can. Really nicely around the outside. So tricky because the car just goes light on you as you come up the crest of the hill before that left-hander, and it's ever so slightly off apex, off camber, I should say. As you come around the top of that bend, so that's really good car control from Hutter in the 69 car to make the overtake on Mazda. Fantastic stuff. Christensen saying the Aston is fast on the straights, but all around a good car. Yeah, I think that's what I would think about the Aston Martin as well. And that speed on the straights is worth its weight in gold at the Dohinger Straight. Really good to get the overtakes, and then you've just got to survive the Nürburgring GP course, get yourself back into the Nordschleife, and the Aston Martin's generally pretty safe. Only the Lexus will be going faster than the Aston Martin. But have you tested it? Is it faster than the Mustangs? I don't know if we've got any Mustangs out on the grid today, by the looks of it, probably not. But certainly the Mustang's got good top speed too. None of it will be a comparison against the Lexus. As we see the number 1 just trying to make a little bit of a counter move on the number 69 car. This is the battle for P22 in this race. Here we go into the first hairpin. A decent run through that corner on the exit for both cars. Yes, don't know what's happened to the libraries. I did a sync through Awesome Sim Racing. You might be missing a file or something. There's the 47. Bright pink and repaired as Patrick makes his way back out onto track. And the 45 car has got Corentin also not really bearing a livery. So something's clearly gone wrong in the livery upload there. Now let's taking a little look here at Madsen. This is the 628 car, so Liam Madsen in the car right now, getting flashed because P24 is coming on through. So that is an overlap there. Team Nulla Esport. So Christensen, you're there driving for the 628. Are your stints done for the day? You just here to watch, cheer on your teammates for the moment? See if we can get a better camera view of your livery. There we go, Christensen, Hansen, Madsen, and Krabble. That's a good set of names. Like that very, very much. ifw.net. Good looking livery. Absolutely excellent. That's the view from the camera at the back. See if we can get to the flames coming out the rear as well. Yeah, please check them out. It would have been lovely to see everyone's liveries. I think we've got most of them today. Awesome Sim Racing threw a couple of curveballs at me late last night, which is one of the reasons why I didn't end up doing the qualifying. Said that was with John Wright. And John Wright will be joining us in about 48 minutes or so. Take over the remaining 2 hours. The lovely Scottish voice, the man with the golden mic, will be returning to the commentary box. Either way, at the moment, looking all good for the 628 car, P27 at the moment. Just looking around the rest of the grid, see if we've got any other close battles happening. A lot of laps between a lot of people, difference at the minute. as an example, 3 laps between P13 and P14. Currently looking at Schnitzelbaumer, Alexis, gravel trap racing. Don't know if that's number 16 just behind them. I don't think it is. No, the 16 is quite some distance behind at the moment. Into the pits, the number 88. Number 88 actually is out of this race. So I think I just realised there. The number 88, who was actually in P3 for a long time, has found themselves out of the race. Just Sounds Racing, thank you very much. I will indeed have fun commentating. Yep, and congrats to ACM for putting on the event. It's been absolutely fantastic so far. Thank you for jumping in with your 2 cars and driving. You're done for the day, Christensen. Excellent. Drove 3.5 stints in a row. Oh, so you were the midnight. You were burning the midnight oil on this one. Geez, you got the wrong end of the stick on that. Sometimes it's the fun stint, sometimes it's not. As we see the number 8 having a problem out on track. So it's not 3 5-hour stints. Was it 5 3-hour stints? 3.5 hours in the car. Maybe that's what it was. And here we go. We're trying to get a camera angle on this. At the moment, yeah, we're sitting in the wrong position. That is car in absolutely the wrong position. There we go. As you can see, the number 8 having a problem down at the beginning of the Nordschleife. Knight Rider, that's the one. Excellent. So we'll call you Kit from now on. You're Kit Christensen. There we go. That's your new nickname. Granted to you by the commentary team today. It's Kit Christensen doing the night stint. I hope the night stint went well, mate. It's not an easy one to do, especially if you have to get up at 1 a.m., 2 a.m. and go on through. I've done that before as well for a double stint, 2 2-hour stints in the car for a 24-hour race, and it can be very, very tricky to keep yourself from yawning. But I found that a mix of multiple Red Bulls, chewing gum, and a nice bit of cool air blasting in my face was the trick. Just a quick recount now. Let's go through the order as it is. The top 10 currently sitting like this. Grenton Cord for the number 100 car. At the moment doing excellent out the front and leading by quite some margin at the moment. Of course, the car being driven by Gretton Cord at the moment. Andre Smits, Oliver Ferrez and Julian Berger for the F1 family, the family endurance team. So it must be related somehow. They're all German, so they're certainly related somewhere down the ancestral line, but either way, doing well for the F1 family team. Felix Gretton Cord took over about 9 or 10 laps ago from Oliver Ferrez, who was leading when I came into the track, but currently on the 83rd lap of this race. The only other car on the lead lap currently is ours, the number 20 car. They're currently just starting their lap about a minute and a half through, so 3-minute difference between P1 and P2 as it stands right now. Then it was formerly Tim Neuberger for the number 88, but now it's Sonne Angel and the 211 McLaren. But first of all, we'll focus on P2. So G Liqua Esports, I'm probably pronouncing that completely incorrectly, but a bit of a slide as they go through into the Nordschleife section. They are on the lead lap of this race. Currently the closest competitors to the number 100 car. So assuming they can keep up the pace, but there's only 2 people manning this car. So fatigue is going to become a real issue for them towards the end of this race. As I understand it, they're doing 2 hours each. Both with the last name. We've got A hours and T hours. Hours and a hours. I am not making great jokes at the moment, but you'll just have to live with it. Coffee and a bit of music helped. Excellent, Christensen. Yeah, I think that's the way to do it. You've got to have something. Otherwise the laps start to blur together. But I have to say, I prefer doing a 24-hour endurance at the Nordschleife versus somewhere like, Spa, or if someone's like, let's do it at Brands Hatch, I'd go completely insane because you're doing too many laps. At least this is a nice, 8-9 minute lap. And then the time starts to run through very, very quickly, which I think is quite nice. So it doesn't feel as bad. Here we go, Albert Dreja for Chimera Racing in P29, having a bit of an issue on the GP circuit. Not ideal for them. They have to get their Ferrari started again. must have had some sort of issue on the wheel or something, because they are stuck in a very weird place at turn 5 of the GP circuit. A couple of cars coming on through, so not quite sure what's happened there. The number 39 in 39th place, strangely enough, still disqualified, so hopefully the admins can get onto that and re-qualify them into the race. Pedroso in the car for Team WRT in the number 33. Big overtaken, blue flag coming on through. And then the further news at the top, it is Sonic Angel coming into the pits yet again, with Falinsky now ahead of them. So Falinsky is through and into 3rd place overall, but will have to pit. These guys are on alternating pit strategies at the moment. So one pit's about halfway through the other stint, and then vice versa happens. So you'll probably see Sonic Angel, or whoever's in the car now, we'll find out when we get to the first timing line. Still got a lot of work to do, but they may come out on top. 2 hours, 41 minutes remaining. So if I'm doing my math correctly here, I think that's another 3 stops for this McLaren team, and probably another 2 stops for the number 20 and for Linsky as well. So this might work out in Falinsky's favor, and you might end up seeing the 757 securing that P3 position by the end of the race. So keep a close eye on that one. The number 37 only 70 seconds behind at this stage. Then it's Geronimo in the 988, who was overtaken a few laps ago in a beautiful sequence of events. Overtaken by the 757. About 10 seconds behind P5. So it's all on as the clock continues to count down at this stage in this 24-hour race for ACM NLS Endurance Series. And good to have you all here in chat as well. Fantastic to see you all here. Remember to go and check out www.acm-racing.com. You've got the ACM app. You've got all the upcoming events, the calendars, the utilities. The links to the Discord are all there, and in chat as well. Get involved if this is the first time seeing an ACM race, and get yourself involved. Very easy to do so. Most of the events are free, and they've got some fantastic technology to back things up as well. Yeah, go check out the acm-racing.com. There is an ACM app. I'm not the person to ask exactly what it does. I just know that it exists. The 999 car, I've just noticed, Anderson has picked up a stop-go 30. That's no fun to deal with. And they'll have to come in the next couple of laps to get that served. Always awkward. We get a little bit more time to deal with it because it's such a long lap, but it's still 3 laps, which is the same as it would be for any other of the racetracks in the game. So we see Angel heading up through down the hill and up towards Arenberg. Christensen, this is your first 24-hour race ever. Wow. So wait, so oh dear, that is the 47. Oh my goodness, nearly another bad track rejoin there, but the 47 does manage to get it done. Back on track safely, I should say. As we see P3, or technically P4 now, Sonic Angel come on through. Still in the cars, they're going for a double stint in the McLaren. Absolute machine is Sonic Angel. Pink Porsche for DeSounds Racing has been through the gravel traps a number of times this race, unfortunately for them, but they're still making it round. That's the important thing. So Christensen, what you're telling me is that in your first 24-hour race, your teammates said you're doing the graveyard shift. That is, you can tell them from me, that's pretty nasty. That's pretty unfair, I would say, I would argue. I'm assuming you've done other forms of endurance racing, 12 hours, 6 hours, 3 hours, etc. But still, to put you on the graveyard shift in your first 24-hour experience, I guess you get the full experience. That's the thing, is the 47 bounces off the curb, nearly into the wall. And the number 369 going a bit slowly through Arenberg, might have just clipped the curb or run a little bit wide onto the exit. The gravel trap really does bring you right in. Very awkward to get the car back on track in a timely manner. Personal best lap by the 98 car, an 8:13.2. Good pace there. beforehand, the number 100 car, best personal lap, an 8:11.8. An 8:11.4 from the 2:11. Sonic Angel, the fastest person out on track at the moment with the fastest laps in this stage of the race. Track conditions unchanged from when I joined you an hour and a half ago. 18 degrees Celsius out there on tarmac and in the air. Optimum track conditions and no rain on the horizon at all. Still fairly deep into the night time, just coming up on 2 a.m. local track circuit time. So unlikely to see the sunrise in this event unless we've got a 2 times multiplier of some kind. Don't think that's going to be the case. Excuse me. And just having a little look around the grid. And P5, it is the 37 car, followed by the 988. A little bit of work. Geronimo back in the car now, replacing Costa. Costa did a really good job trying to hold off the 757 for as long as possible. Just wasn't able to hold on once they went side by side. Haven't seen a lot of bumper-to-bumper battles going on at the moment. Looks like things are spreading out again. We'll have a little look through the grid, see if we can find anyone going at it. No, it doesn't look like there's many who are close on track at the moment, unfortunately. So, in that case, what we're going to do is we're actually going to go in and do an onboard with Sonnet Angel. So actually, let's give us the dash, give us the cockpit position here. Let's just do a little bit of onboard with Sonnet Angel, the fastest man out on track at the moment. Have a little watch, and I'll leave you to it. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, I am back. Good on board there. Love that section. The final sector before the Dohenga Straight. My favourite to drive in the McLaren and any car, really. I absolutely love that section of track. It's great stuff. So we are at the stage of the race where the strategies have diverged a little bit more. Closest battle on track that I can see is between P5 and P6. About 7.5 seconds of gap between them at the moment. We've got Fernando Geronimo trying to catch up to the back of the 37 Valkyrie Performance. Doing well in P6 at the moment. Really good start for them in this race, and they've hung it on, hung it out all race long to try and keep it in this position. Done really well. Christensen in chat saying you chose to take the time in the night, had a driver whose PC broke down, so you're suddenly only with 3 drivers. Oh dear. Yeah, that's tricky. So yeah, you guys have had long stints, but that's fun. You know, the night stints are good, and takes a weight off the shoulders of the other drivers. They all go, thank you for volunteering. Really appreciate that. Just looking around the rest of the grid, not a lot happening elsewhere. We've got the number 43 car in the pits currently, as is Florian Moroz, and the 39 still disqualified after driving the wrong way on track for a little bit too long. The game didn't like that. Then it is Jacob Osenasek for Front Runner Racing, currently in the car. Let me know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Apologies if I'm not, for the 114. Interesting to see them down here. I thought the 114 had done a little bit of overtaking work. So I might be a little bit mistaken on that one at the moment. We're ticking now down towards the 2 hours 32 minutes remaining mark. Still a long way to go in this 24-hour event, but that is 21 hours and 28 minutes gone. $152 to go. Do remember as well, we're driving today in the ACM NLS Endurance Series, sponsored by Uplay. So go check out Uplay as well. The adverts are coming up in chat on a regular basis. And today we're supporting the fundraiser for the air ambulance in Northamptonshire and Warwickshire. Massive thanks to everyone who's donated so far. We're trying to raise £500. We know that money is tight for everyone, but if you can, drop us a donation, even if it's €1, £1, it all massively helps to get us towards that goal. We've got 2.5 hours left in this race. If you can donate now, that would be fantastic. Get us to that £500 goal. Excuse me. They do fantastic work all the way around Northamptonshire and Warwickshire. They're saving people's lives. 5 daily call-outs for rescues. So they do a huge amount of work. They can get there faster than anyone else can. What's P1 up to? Let's see. P1 are driving in a straight line currently and still sitting about 1.5 minutes ahead of P2. Schmitz is now in the car, so they've come into the pit and they are rearing to go on what will be the second to last stint that they will do tonight. So they'll try and drive now for about 1 hour and 15 minutes. It's just coming in. I think he's done his outlap a couple of laps ago. So a bit of a driver change happening late in the piece for these guys. Now onto the 85th lap of this race. Excuse me, my voice going off a little bit after being so excited early on. The trick of the trade with commentary, don't go too hard too early, but sometimes you sometimes you do. Sometimes you push a little bit hard and then your voice starts to crack a little bit towards the end. So my apologies for that. If you hear me coughing and sputtering, that's the reason. As we see, the 628 has had a bit of a problem out on track, and yeah, we can't even see the car at the moment. Let's see if we can get a helicam. Oh dear, they're beached. Liam Madsen has beached it in a very awkward spot. Can he get it going again? Just needs to hit drive, get it turned to the right. And they are really well and truly beached there at the moment. Does manage to get it going, and yeah, rides the curb a little bit, but there we go. Car is going. They have to get out of the way of the car coming through, which from here might be the 114. We'll do a double check on that. It is indeed the 114. So through goes the 114. That's actually a change for position. So a big mistake from the 628 has caused them to lose a position. And they'll now be sitting back in P29, as I understand it. So really not an ideal situation for them at all. I don't quite know what caused the issue. Let's see if we can... No, actually, I don't want to risk using the replay feature on this tool that I'm using at the moment. John has a much better tool, so he'll be jumping in the comms box in about 29 minutes. He's got a much better tool, so he'll be able to do some more replays and actually figure out what happened. I don't want to risk it at this point. At the moment, we've got nice, clean, good commentary and broadcasting feeds, so we're going to keep it that way for the moment. So ahead of them all is the 58 car. It's gone on through to... currently sitting up here in 15th place. So Schnitzbaumer. The Gravel Trap Racing car that we focused on a couple of times. It's got Hello Kitty on the car. Says I'm slow on the rear bumper as well, for good measure. And we all know that a good livery is worth a few seconds out on track for each lap. And they're clearly demonstrating that today. 15th place, 2 laps though behind P14, so the chances of them catching up in the remaining 2.5 hours are pretty slim at this stage. Keeping an eye on everyone around the track. 15-second gap now between Geronimo and Schmidt. So the 757 has come in for their pit stop and switched Felinski out of the car. Now Conrad Schmidt will take over. This will be their second to last stint. Ferrari's usually very, very good on fuel. That's why you're seeing a lot of them out here on track today. Longer stint means that you do over the course of 24 hours have to do one less pit stop. If you get it right, one less pit stop than everyone else on track. Schmidt will give his crack now and see if he can give it a crack out on circuit and get this car around in a decent, with decent pace. Does mean when the 988 comes into the pits, they will go back up ahead into P4. Both of those cars, the 988 and the 757, probably a little bit far off of Angel at the moment to try and catch up. And with Sonne Angel making that mistake, doesn't quite catch the carousel this time round. That'll just be a matter of getting refamiliarized with the car at this stage of the race. Always difficult to come back into the car, and the first few laps are just a little bit extra spicy. Yeah, once you get familiar with the spice again, get back into the groove and you start really putting the laps in. So that's going to be key here for Smith. And now through in towards the YouTube corner. Famous corner, there it is. Take your pictures, take your YouTube recordings, get your YouTube shorts going. No crash this time. No strange overtakes, no drifting around the corners, no camper vans driving around the track here tonight at the Nürburgring, only GT3 cars. Started with quite a few on track. I think we had a grid of over 75 cars. That has slowly whittled its way down to about 40 as a result of disconnects and a few other issues for some cars. We did lose our original leaders, the number 41 car. They had a disconnect and then they were not able to rejoin the circuit, which left Schmitz and the number 100 team in the position that everyone else wants to be in. Making their way around slowly in a nice bit of gap is the number 100. Now, about 10 or 12 corners behind where we're at the moment with the 757. You see the leaders will come around and put even more laps onto these cars. Schmidt currently on the 84th lap, whereas the leader is on the 85th lap. The only other car on the 85th lap is the number 20. There's still about a minute and a half between the two, but Siebert Howes has done a really good job in the number 20 Ferraris, actually closing up the gap to the number 100 car. Both of them got one more pit stop to do in this race. And once they're through and done that final pit stop, it'll be all go to the end. There'll be a lot of drivers out there starting to wait and hope towards the end of this race. 2 hours, 25 minutes to go. Can sometimes feel like a bit of an eternity, but I tell you what, it goes quicker if you're out there driving. So for those who are watching on, just got to stay awake, keep the coffee rolling in. That's the key. Broadcasting and commentary brought to you tonight by Raven Comms, and the glorious leader of Raven Comms, of course, being the man with the golden mic, John Wright. He will be back in the commentary box in about half an hour's time. We're very happy and proud here at Raven Comms to be bringing you tonight's broadcasting. We love to do it for a good cause, especially when it's for charity. Tonight, of course, ACM sponsored by Uplay, but fundraising for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance. Get in there and support. Every single dollar matters. So dip into those pockets. Even if it's just a thimble. Many, many thimbles make up the ocean. I don't know quite where I got that quote from. I think I might be making it up. As we see the 114 have a bit of a problem on track. Oh dear. That's not the first, and it may well not be their last. And oh, that is an awkward place to be stuck. Oh, he's going to try cut across the track. Oh dear, gets in the way of a number of cars. What is going on with that? He's switching left and right and left and right. Dear, oh dear, they've had a massive accident into the barrier. That car is not turning straight. Let's look on board. Well, the wheel is straight at the moment, but something is clearly wrong for Pro Chuckster. And Front Runner Racing, the 114, have a massive, massive problem. Nearly taken out another couple of cars on track. So luckily for those other cars who went on through, they managed to survive. One of them was the 151. Another, I believe, was 628. I don't know if there was contact happened between the two of them. Nothing that I can see has come up on my accidents and incidents list at the moment. Stop go was cleared a few laps ago by the 999, so currently no one else out on track, as I understand it, with a penalty sitting over their heads. Down there in last place at the moment, the number 59 car, I think they might just be sitting in the pits at the moment because they are 52 laps behind, as is Rezel, 47 laps behind, so likely not able to fulfill the a number of drivers they need for the entire event. Always tricky when you get into that situation. And P26 at the moment, Dennis Loeffler, jumping in for Sim Racer. And number 71 car, BMW. BMWs do very well at this track. Do let me know in chat, what's your favourite car to take to the Nürburgring Nordschleife? And what do you think is the best car to take to the Nürburgring Nordschleife? Key questions. Eternal questions that will probably never have an unbiased answer. As the 95 goes past the 437, as Fluger was formerly in that 437 car out on track. I think he's now being replaced, and they've changed things up in the 437. Yes, it is now Daniel Betkowski, the 437 car. But P8 and the 95. Eric Weigand back behind the wheel. As the clock continues to tick down on this 24-hour event. So about a minute and 15 seconds off the back of number 42 Audi, who was in a royal battle for a long time. They've lost a bunch of time in P7. Oren's now in the car. They've lost a lot of time to P6 and P5 and P4, in fact, nearly a minute and a half behind. But all four of those cars are on the same lap at the moment. So there's quite a bit of potential for them to come together towards the end of this race as the stints start to sort of line up. There will be some cars that will need to do a shorter stint at the end of this race, a 30-minute or 40-minute stint. Some of them might find themselves needing to do a 15-minute stint just at the end, just a quick jump into the pits, switch the driver, go out there for 2 laps and finish off the race. But for those of them, they'll be losing a lot of time in the pit lane. Certainly not ideal for them at all. And that's going to be the key thing at this stage. Strategy is going to be important. How well has your strategy been executed over the course of the last 22 hours of the race? And how is that going to feed back in versus your competitors? You might not have seen your competitors for a while out on track, but I tell you, they are definitely still there. And Andre Smits will also have to keep this car ticking along. Right now, F1 family in the lead, doing very, very well. As I understand it, they will have this stint and then one more. Might need to extend this stint ever so slightly, which might mean just bleeding into the time advantage they've got over the number 20. Only 2 cars on the lead lap right now, lap 86. Thibaut Haus in the number 20. How far behind are they at the moment? Well, they're just coming into the GT course, and a stop-go 30 for speeding in the pit lane for the 114, so it's gone from bad to worse. They must have sped as they were going out of the pits. After a horrendous accident on the entry of Nordschleife through the Sabine Schmitz curves, down the hill to the right, must have clipped the curb somewhere, ended up in the barrier and then nearly causing the subsequent accident. Was the car behaving very, very strangely. In fact, I do believe that is the 999 up ahead. I think it might be, so that's D. Anderson, just ahead of Thibaut Hours. One of the only 2-man teams out on the grid today in the number 20, and they're in P2 as well, so what a job by T. Howers and A. Howers, as I understand it. They are most likely siblings working together, each doing 12 hours. That's a huge effort. Not something that I would personally like to do, but who knows, maybe they're getting they get a bit of an adrenaline rush from doing it. I think it certainly would be exciting. 12 hours each of driving, though. I've done that once before. That's very, very difficult to pull off. The exhaustion is absolutely real. So the fact that they've got good pace at the moment just shows how well this team is doing overall. 103 seconds off the leader at the moment. So unlikely to see them catch up by the end of this race. 2 hours, 17 minutes to go. But if there's a mistake, if something happens to the team at the top, the number 20 will be there to pick up those pieces. Just keeping an eye on the rest of the grid. Not too much happening. The 69 car is catching up to the 814 down there for P21 and P22. Keep an eye on that. That gap was sitting at about 7 or 8 seconds. Now it's sitting at about 5. Whether or not Cornet has jumped out in the Lexus and had a little bit of an issue, I don't know. But the Bagu Fricadeli live-read car with Eric Hutter in there with the nicest number on the grid. As we see P16 and P17 both come into the pits. One's exiting, in fact, so Knoll is exiting and Cluj is coming in to the pits for Over Limit Racing V1.5. Didn't know you could have a V1.5 team, but there you go. You got the word faster than you on the back of the car too. He's certainly faster than most of the grid. 16 cars out there that would quite happily say the opposite. BMW is a great livery, absolutely fantastic. Love the angles that they've got on the car. Really accentuates the aerodynamics. Sometimes you find the BMW liveries do end up hiding some of the details on there. Just like an all-black car would. So a livery not loading here for Nord Nexus. I've got a car coming up behind them, not for position, because that's Brundler, who's in P11 and quite a bit of pace behind them. It is one of the McLarens. Looks like 74. And it is Castro. No, it's not, sorry. It is the number 76. The number 76, that's Jordan Led. Jordan Led, oh dear, that is a massive accident we've just seen happen right in front of our eyes. Who is that? That was the car that we were just on board with, I believe. Number 22. It is Miroslav Ressel. So, no, not the car that we were looking at, but another Lexus out on track having a big crash. Coming into the hairpin. Now through and down the hill they go before they head back up the hill into the high-speed section of the track. This is where the Lexus will, of course, shine. Having that great top speed. Yeah, incidents aplenty as the length of this race starts to wear on people. We see the number 2 has had an issue. Oh, the number 2's square into the wall. There in P12, Gregory Russell has had a huge accident. Nearly made it to the Dohonga Straight, but not quite. And yeah, big accident for the number 2. Oh dear, something is very wrong with the car. Oh my goodness, that's a huge accident. It's a massive accident, and that is a Mercedes that's gone square into the side of the number 2. So it's the 437. Number 2 is reset straight back to the pits, but the 437 can't catch a break today. And Daniel Bukowski had nowhere to go. There's a car right in the middle of the track. I think that looked to me like a rear tyre issue for the number 2. They'd cooked the tyres, they'd gone too long. As soon as they tap on the brakes or try to accelerate, the rear tyres were having none of it, and the car spun round, landed itself square in the middle of the track, sideways, and there's nothing that Betkowski could do at all in the 437. He went straight into the middle of them. No time to react at all. There's huge damage on the front of that car. The number 2 is reset directly to the pits. They'll likely lose a position for that one. Reset will take another couple of minutes before they can even repair the car. So that's really unlucky for the number 437 Mercedes. Whether or not they decide to pit at this stage, they've got the hazard lights on saying, look, I'm going to be slow. Watch out as the number 420 comes on through. So sensible driving there from Betkowski. And just really unlucky. Sometimes these things happen. You come around that corner at about 240 kilometers an hour and there's nothing you can do. It's off camera, it's on camera. Even if you slam on the brakes and try and move sideways, you're either just you're gonna crash into the barrier or you're gonna crash into the car in front of you. And really nothing that Daniel could do in that situation. He's struggling to get the car back into the pits. It's not really turning at all to the right or even to the left. Actually, to the left looks not too bad, but to the right looks like a disaster. And they will come into the pits immediately because there's so much damage on the car. You can't carry on the race like that. Gonna have to take some time, get that repaired. And P10 still chugging off. My usual joke coming back in, chugging along at the moment in the Nord Nexus car. Still being chased down by the 76. It's not for position. But the 76 McLaren got a lot of pace on it at the moment. Hanging very, very nicely with the Lexus, which it can do that through most of the Nordschleife. Once it gets into the straight, the Lexus stretches those legs and starts to disappear. Attempt there to break the slipstream by chugging off. Not really much point in doing that, because the car behind you is not racing you for position. Pink highlight strips on the McLaren behind, making it nice and visible in the nighttime setting. 2:22 a.m. out there on track right now. Still conditions unchanged throughout the last hour and 49 minutes that I've been here in the comms box. 18 degrees Celsius, optimum track, no rain on the horizon. As the 114 yet again puts our track map yellow, and there they are, front runner racing. Prochaska has yet again had another issue out on track. This time a much better rejoin, but they've gone absolutely sideways into the barrier. It's been a very awkward last few laps of the 114, and now they've got more damage on the car. Got what I believe is a McLaren coming up behind them. No, it is the number 1 car, so that's a Ferrari. It's a Vera. Yeah, FRR 114. It's just in the wall once again in this race. Not something you like to see, but fatigue definitely playing a massive factor now. Into the last 2 hours we go of the race. I'd be tired. You're probably tired. And I'm sure the drivers out there and the teams will be absolutely exhausted. The admins and stewards as well. They'll be tired. Very wide angle, yeah, no real ability to slow the car down. The area at the front of the car is all sorts of ruined. It looks like they've had an impact onto the front axle as well. It just makes the car very awkward to get any kind of turn in, so you're having to brake a lot earlier. Here's the wheel is not going to be particularly responsive. Awkward times for the 114. Come back to them in a few moments' time. Meanwhile, Zimmerman trying to make some progress on the P5 car of Schmidt, the 757. Alternative strategies between Geronimo and the 988 and the 757 of Schmidt. There was an overtake that happened on the last stint for those two, and the 757 found its way past the 988. But the 988 does need to come in for a pit stop at some point soon. Unless we've missed a crash, which I don't think we have. I don't think the 757 has been lighting up the courses yellow as yet. But let me know, who do you think is going to finish where in this race? Where do you think your car is going to finish in this race? The gap between P1 and P2 is extended now by 10 extra seconds, as ours is not really able to keep pace with Schmidt's for the latter part of this race. And give me a couple of minutes, folks. I will be right back into the commentary box. 9 minutes to go till the 2 hour mark. I'll give you a nice little onboard with someone for a couple of minutes while I go and sort out a couple of things on my side. So I'll be right back. Let's go on board for a little bit of a moment with our race leader. Schmidt's taking us round through the final sector of the Nürburgring. Back in a couple of minutes. Great driving from Smits there. Return to the commentary box once again. A big thank you to everyone who's been joining me in Twitch chat today. Thank you very much for the follows. We've managed to reach our follower goal here on the ACM Twitch channel. Excuse me, 620 viewers out of 620, as we do see. Was that an issue for 211? No, it was not. Someone had an issue and then jumped back to pits immediately. Not sure who that was, but someone having a bit of a bad time out there. As we see the 628 trundle on out. Hansen now in the car. Only 3 drivers in this team, not the 4 listed on the side of the car. It's the livery, listing all the names, as you can see. Going through turn 1. Christensen was the one to take the overnight stints. First time doing a 24-hour event, so kudos to him. And a massive thank you and shout out to all the admins and live stewards in behind the scenes for ACM. Doing absolutely brilliant work. Organising a 24-hour event is no small thing. So for all of you drivers and teams out there, remember to thank the guys at ACM for putting on this event and making it such a success. There's been a few technical issues as well that they've had to go and resolve. Overall, I think it's been a resounding success. So far, the last 22 hours been absolutely brilliant. And of course, all for a very good cause, a fundraiser for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance. Big shout out to the Air Ambulance crews for what they do. £457 has been raised out of a goal of £500. So if you can spare a little bit of money, please do donate. Page is in the chat, pinned, as well as in the chat at the moment. Any additional funds you can help us with would be absolutely fantastic. It goes to a very, very deserving cause. Get the operational cost of the air ambulance. You're saving lives. It's a direct impact with your money. So any donation, whether it's £1 or 100, is absolutely appreciated. Looks like there's the 988 coming up behind the 628. Oh, 628 clips the inside curve of the entry to Nordschleife through Sabina Schmidt's curve. Is going to have to pull out of the way. Turns the lights off by accident. Not quite sure why they did that, but it did happen. The stop go 30 for Proshakta. She was really having a tough time out on track in the 114. No close battles out on track as it stands right now, ladies and gentlemen. Things are still working themselves out in terms of the pit stops. Zimmerman up within 14 seconds of the 757. As we see Diogo Costa back into the car for the 988. Interesting early pit stop. They might just be burning a pit stop there. So going with the shorter pit stop now means that they get 2 one-hour stints. So a lot of teams will do this. They'll look at the hour. They'll go, yep, we can run for an hour and 2 minutes or an hour and 3 minutes. So expect to see a number of cars go into the pits to kind of reset their pit stint timers, essentially. And what that does is that means they can have an equal number of stints going forward for the remainder of the race. Easy to calculate. No more math needs to be done. This will be the last stint for Costa, unless he's double stinting at the end. And then someone will jump in for the final hour of racing with them. And it's been a good race for the 988 overall. Still not quite as good as, say, the 757, who's really up there at the moment. Noticing the gap has come down substantially. So you can see this is the period where the gaps start to close up again. And Schmidt has got a car all over his rear at the moment for 757 Motorsport, who have done a very generous donation as well earlier on in this, saying thank you to ACM for hosting this event and organising this fundraiser for a good cause. We would like to offer our love and thanks to the people who work for the air ambulance for saving lives. £100 donated by the 757 Motorsport team, and currently in P4 they are having a good day. When you give, you get is the key, folks. So if you want to have a little bit of extra luck out there by the sim racing gods, donation to our cause today is certainly a good way to start that karma coming back your direction. But yeah, 8.6 seconds is the gap now between Zimmerman and Schmidt. This is after a little bit of resetting in terms of the pits. I don't know quite who's on the rear end. I think that might be the number 2. They're going to just let them go. They're going to go side by side for a few moments. Just trying to catch an eye on who that is. It's the number 12. So that is P11 going on through the 757, Grundler in the number 12, looking quick at the moment. Might have just come in for some fresh tyres at this stage, or just eager to get on with it at the moment. Unfortunately, driving faster on track doesn't mean the end of the race comes any quicker. Now blue flags will be waving for him for a whole bunch of time. He's just going to ignore those for the moment, and oh, he's actually scraped the barrier. It's one of those very close moments on that left-hander. You really throw the car in. To be quick through there, you've got to use every bit of the curb. Looks like it's grassy on the exit too, but it's not. So there is a lot of curb you can use, but that barrier comes up rather quick. It's a corner that's taken at 260 odd kilometers per hour. Miles per hour for these cars will be, I don't know what the conversion is. Someone in chat could let me know. What's 260 kilometers an hour in miles an hour? Excuse me. And I'll be coming up towards the end of my stint in about an hour and a half's time, and I'll hand you over to the very capable hands of John Wright. Car's gone yellow up in one of the final sectors of the race. Looks like the 30... Is it the 36? It is the 36 car. So Thomas Kluge. Not having the best time there, but gets it back on track. Over limit racing with that fantastic livery. I was commenting on this earlier on. Certainly one of my favourites. If I had to pick one today, it'd be between them and the 988, and they're actually on track nearly together. Something about the combination of white, red, yellow and black is just very satisfying to me. Not quite sure why, but that's just the reality. Here we go, Malaya behind them in P17. 19 seconds off though, as the gaps at the top start to come up. So Zimmerman is really caught up. Look at this. 3.5 seconds is the gap now. He's going to have to overtake the 757 first. So he's right there, and this is going to be a real scrap. Right now, Zimmerman in the 37 car going a lot faster on track, and the 757, no contest. Pulls over, and there we go. Zimmerman moves back up into P4 in this race. That happened quickly. That gap, last time I looked, was about 9 seconds or so. Suddenly it was down to half a second. Suddenly it's a reverse of the position. And through goes Felix Zimmerman in the number 37 car for over limit racing. And this is the similar livery we saw on the other over limit racing car that just had an issue. 2 yellow flags on track. 114 again. And the number 8. The simultaneous pirouette there. Vaclav Karasek. The front runner racing, and yet again the 114 shows up on the timing screens with a yellow flag, as does Braden Yap. The Chen Corsa car, very pink, very BMW, and very much in the wall a few moments ago. Does manage to get that car back again. Doesn't look like he's picked up too much damage, luckily. So it looks like he's going to be all good for this stage of this race and going forward. Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 hours to go. Well, technically 1 hour, 58 minutes and 50 seconds. It's 2:35 a.m. out on track. It has been an absolute pleasure being here. My name is George Cook. On behalf of Raven Comms, I have the pleasure of bringing in our next commentator, the man with the golden mic, a very famous voice. He's going to be leading you through the next 2 hours of racing to take you to the finish. He started things off. Only appropriate that he finishes it off as well. John, welcome back into the commentary box.
Yes, good evening. Good evening to you. Good morning to everyone in Europe and Britain, and good afternoon to the rest of the planet as well that might be watching. It is, yeah, pleasure to be back, George, and yeah, raising money for a great cause and some great racing out on track. How has it been in the 2 hours so far? Just saw that overtake there, 757, getting absolutely swamped by Zimmerman, so they're still going for it 22 hours in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And things have been chopping and changing, John, as you know, in these 24-hour events. The strategies diverge massively. They come together a couple of times throughout the race. And then in these last 3-4 hours, you start to see everything working its way back together. So a little bit of that has been happening. Number 20 car still a fair way behind. Schmitz Number 100 car doing well. They've had a very quiet time at the top, just going through it, and quite a fair few accidents. So fatigue is setting in for the drivers at the moment.
Yes, unsurprisingly. I mean, a 24-hour
It's only
race
been
is
22 hours.
I know, yeah, it's one thing to do 22 hours of racing, but to do it at the Nordschleife. Yes.
That's right.
I know, and that's the other thing as well that makes the Nordschleife so incredible. 22 hours into the race, they've only done 89 laps. You know what I mean?
Well, this is what I was saying. This is what I was saying. I quite like doing endurance at the Nordschleife because one lap is so long that you just sort of get into the zone. It's like, imagine doing 24-hour race at Brands Hatch.
That's gracious me. That's, yeah, thousands of laps you'd be getting on it there.
Yeah, exactly. No, I think I'd lose my mental stability if I did that. Nordschleife, not a problem.
Yeah, indeed. But yeah, speaking of mental stability, George, it's getting late where you are, my good man. Thank you very much for the shift that you've put in. It's been an absolute pleasure listening to you. I have to admit, I did go for a cheeky little seat and just watch the broadcast. As is often the case. But yeah, we do love it. It's yeah, it's good to see. But yeah, that is your time in the comedy box done, my good man. Again, thank you so much on behalf of especially the Air Ambulance and the ACM and the drivers for your contribution, and we look forward to hearing you at the next ACM endurance race, no doubt.
Indeed, yeah. Thank you very much, John, for the opportunity as always.
Yeah, for anyone that doesn't know, George has his own broadcasting company. It's called TrackSpot TV. Make sure you check out the website. I will see if I can get a link shared in the ACM Discord, the TrackSpot TV. He is pulling off some incredibly wonderful things for broadcasts. So please, if you are looking for broadcasting services and you do happen to find yourself in any hemisphere, especially the southern hemisphere, then TrackSpot TV is your one-stop shop. They have got absolutely everything covered. And this is me telling you, okay? I know my stuff when it comes to commentary, broadcasting tools, things like that. George is the absolute man, so make sure you go over to TrackSpot TV and help support an emerging business that will be an absolute light in the commentary and broadcasting world. So make sure you go over there and support George and the rest of the team, which I'm luckily enough to be a part of. So yeah, so make sure you do that as well. TrackSpot TV, go check it out. George, thank you very much. We will catch you again soon.
Thank you, John. Thank you, everyone.
Here we go then, ladies and gents, George Cook, and we will just make a couple of quick changes to things. Actually, bear with me one moment, I'm just going to mute my microphone, and we will bring you the live coverage and audio. there we go then, quick handover done with George. What I'm going to do, if you all don't mind, I'm going to put on a bit of a filter, so we're just very going to quickly pop that up, and if I go to there, and there. There we go, we can sneak some floodlights on. There we go, it might be 2:45 in the morning local time. But we've convinced the track stewards to put the floodlights on so we can actually see some of these beautiful cars. Oops. Yep, so there we go, we are still up and running. 37 cars still out on track, 37 teams have managed to survive the night. Of course, car 41 that led from the start, unable to survive. A cruel server disconnect sees them out, and it is car 100 that is leading the way at the moment. The Thibault and Arnaud Hours in second place, and of course Son Angel driving this one solo. Still up on the podium and currently holder of the fastest lap of the race. Again, that was held by car number 41, but the sim racing gods, as cruel as they are, the car no longer in the race. It is Zimmerman in car 37. One of the OLR cars. They've had an incredible race, starting outside the top 40 and making it up into 4th position, just over a minute behind Angel. And it's going to be an interesting one because they've still got pit stops to take. That is for sure. We'll get a proper look. Unfortunately, I got disconnected from the server again myself this morning, so I don't have fully accurate data on exactly who, what, where, and when the timing, what's the word I'm looking for, sorry, stint timer, goodness me, you'd think I'd been up driving all night, the stint timer won't quite fully be accurate, but we'll wait and see what happens when the cars next come through the pits, where we can see car 42, the Audi of Orense, in the top 10. They've had quite the battle this race so far. There is car 95 coming in as well. So perfect timing. So let's see, 1 hour 48 minutes left. So yeah, they'll have one more pit stop with the 65-minute stint timer. And we'll see when they all decide to come in. Of course, Angel, he's likely to be coming in pretty soon. So we'll see what Zimmerman can do in reply. Costa is up in 5th position, and notice it says 6th, he is actually up in 5th, and in fact when we switch to ACC TV tower so we can see, so we can get some live results. There we go, not much in the way of a penalty, so if I pop that on, and there we go. So yeah, there we go, live updates on where everyone is, and of course live update on the incredible work that has been done for Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance. Every day of the year, your local air ambulance is helping save more lives. Their critical care paramedics, doctors and pilots attend an average of 5 rescue missions a day, and they receive no government funding for their daily mission. Your support keeps them flying. We're currently at 91% of the total. So if anyone does want to chip in and help that tick along and hopefully reach the 100%, then the link is pinned in the chat. As I say, we're up to £455. Some incredible donations coming in. The most recent one, Sachin. So much love and respect to everyone who worked as part of the air ambulance crew. You have saved many lives, and most importantly to me, you saved my friend's life. I cannot thank you enough for this. So it just goes to show how many people can be affected and rely on this vital service. So make sure, if you can, to chip in and donate and yeah, help an absolutely phenomenal cause. The link is pinned in the chat. Hello to everyone in the chat. Hope you're enjoying the closing stages of the race. We've got Das Sounds Racing in the chat. Christensen's in as well. Good to see. Clipsy in the chat as well. I choose to take the time at night. We had a driver whose PC broke down. Oh, so we were suddenly only 3 drivers. More driving time for us to spread between us. Yeah, that's a big chunk of time. So that'll be about another hour and a half each potentially. Yeah, the joys of racing, whether it's sim racing or IRL racing, technical problems do creep up. We've already seen that multiple times in this race, and it really can throw a virtual spanner in the works, especially if it's the overnight stint, trying to find drivers to take their place. Not always the easiest. That livery does look very, very good indeed. It's Diego Costa who is behind the wheel of that. The 988 currently up into 5th. We've got Conrad Smith for the 757 team. Of course, Flynn was driving. He was commentating, then driving. He was going to come back and do some commentary, but unfortunately work got in the way. But his team at the minute up into the top 10. And remember, they started in 12th, I believe, and dropped to 36th at one point in the race as the discos go on in the background. Plenty of that going on around the world at the moment. We've got Niels Rad out for car 42 in 7th place with Boys Share in the 95. They're also in the top 10. 8th place, it's Dekinek for the treble 6 machine. Another car making their way into the top 10 from outside at the top 20, and Pavel Kiselev. Now that is very strange. Their livery worked when I was first here, and now it's not. How bizarre. I did another update as well. That is very strange. But we'll crack on. We've got Di Figiano in car number 12. Their Ferrari. Is that livery failed as well? No, it's not. Nope, still looking good. They were outside the top 30 as well, so lots of movers and shakers. Mohamed Azza currently lighting up the timing towers. He is going purple. Of course, you had Huseman in the car earlier on. If I change this... And in fact, Azza, yeah, looking to stake a claim for, that's his fastest lap, or the car's fastest lap, certainly 8 minutes 11 they've just set. The treble 9, another car into the top 15, Ulrichsen behind the wheel for the moment. And then it is Schnitzelbaumer. We have been enjoying that, I have enjoyed that livery as well. It's another good one. They've got themselves up in the 14th place. PRL, Leandro Noel back behind the wheel. They were there at the start of the race, and it looks like they're going to be closing it out as well. With, what is that, an hour and 40 minutes to go. They're in 15th position. Thomas Kluge, another one of the OLR cars. Their team have had quite the race so far, up to 16th position for them now. With Polemini in the Porsche. We've got a Porsche in the top 20. You absolutely love to see it. 17th place there. Oh, we've got an overtake just taking place as well, actually. Holidwell just going past Cornet in the Lexus. So dropping a bit of pace there. Yeah, Holidwell. Holdweedle, sorry. Absolutely flying in that Ferrari at the minute. How far ahead is Belinsky? Only 23 seconds up the road. We might see more overtakes there as well. As I mentioned, Cornet in 22nd, Max Fluger, car 437, was getting cheered on in the chat earlier. The Mercedes, their livery still didn't work unfortunately. 23rd place for them, TPDX. Great team name. Dennis Loeffler behind the wheel for them in 24th, and it is Jordan Verhofstadt who's in 25th position at the moment. He has actually dropped one since we started broadcasting 4 hours ago. Ronnie Hansen in the 628, they've got 26th position, and Self BM in the BMW. Currently running in 27th. Gratuitous look at their livery as well as I shift my cup of tea into arm's reach. Truly, the British Empire was built on tea, and never was a truer statement spoken. Kirkland there with a bit of a yellow flag. Oh, and that is the McLaren behind them. We've just seen that McLaren. Yeah, the McLaren, we've just seen that McLaren. I can't remember what number it is. We'll get back to it though. But yeah, Kirkland with a yellow flag. The McLaren behind having a bit of a bounce off track as well. Holmstrom, another Porsche driver. In the pink, is it pink or purple? I'm going to go for pink. In the pink Porsche. Braden Yap, car number 8, down 33rd place at the moment. These two have been quite close to one another. Of course, High Virtual Motorsport, Clearfield, Utah, if memory serves correct, is where their sim racing centre is. So if you're looking to get involved in some sim racing and you're in the Utah area, then give the team a shout. They've got a sim racing centre for use there. We've got 35th position, Alejandro Fonseca, car number 33. The BMW a couple of laps down on the race leaders, but still running to the end, which of course is the important part. Miroslav Resel, currently in 36 for car 22, another Lexus. This is another one that we've seen plenty of that livery as well, so they have dropped down a bit since we were last here. And Jan Hofrater, car number 59, bringing up the rear of the field. As they started with 64 cars, but the Nordschleife has fairly thinned the herd, to say the least, as it often does, down to 37 drivers. And it is Andrew Schmidt. Now he's not long come out of the pits actually while we're doing that rundown. He's been in and out with the pits, and so too is Son Angel. Right, okay, now Son is now 2 minutes behind T-Bolt Oars, but they look like they're lapping fairly closely. Oars did have a 69 and a half seconds he was stationary for at the last pit stop, so that is quite a lengthy one. 30 seconds more, 37 seconds more actually, than the cars front and back, and that is going to make a big change in the difference. Zimmerman hasn't been at the pits as yet. Oh, we've got car 71 by the wayside, and that's car 59, apologies. We'll get the incident with car 71 in a moment. Let's see what's happened here though. Oh, yep, touches the curb. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's a painful one. The Ferrari absolutely clattering the walls. That's the technical term, of course. Let's see what's going on with 71. In 24th place, it's Loeffler for TPDX. Where is he now? Just coming towards the mini carousel. Oh, and just runs a bit wide on that exit. Manages to avoid contact with the wall. A little bit of cooking on the flat tyres. I'm sorry, a little bit of cooking on the tyres, maybe a bit of a flat spot there. This is what I was trying, the sentence I was trying to conjugate there, but they have survived that little impact, and we've just had the 151 as well. Safe BM P27, just having a bit of an incident as well. Oh, and the back of the car just steps out. It's incredible how easy it is for that to happen around the Nordschleife. And the drivers at this stage, I don't think there's no drivers that are out here that are fresh to the race. We've certainly, oh, we've got a white flag for Rads. Okay, I think he was going a bit slowly there for a blue flag, but certainly popped up as a white flag there, so too for the 757. They're actually being caught by the race leaders, I believe. Yes, there are, so the race leaders coming up directly behind them, so they've got 2 blue flags to make their way through, and one of them is the car in 7th place. So it goes to show you the kind of pace and consistency that they've had over the race. There is one of them very easily and quickly navigated. About a third of the way through the lap, they're going to get pretty close. Apologies, the picture does look a little bit washed out. It does mean that we can see a bit more of the action because of the, it's almost like floodlights, I guess. But yeah, nice to be able to see the livery. So Gretton Cord coming up to more blue flags. That's going to be pretty constant. It was pretty constant at the start of the race as well. We had 33 of the 64 cars in within the first 2 laps, as often does happen in the at the Nordschleife, that is for sure. Been a few penalties as well. Doesn't look like there's been many recently. Yeah, just checking the penalties here. There's been a few come in. We'll maybe get a rundown of those in a moment or two. The page is sticking for me, of course it is. Right, there we go. Do you have any... Right, so we've had a warning handed out recently. Oh no, am I looking at this the wrong way? That one, okay, nope, they are just listed the way they were dealt with. Car 48 picked up a 5-second penalty. Car 2, I don't think they are in the race now. So we'll just keep an eye out on fresh penalties coming in. See if I can get that app loaded. Excellent. Log in. There we go. Live Stewardin is back on screen. Oh, a few oars there, just going a little bit slowly. Hopefully everything is okay with the car. You'd hate to see anyone get disconnected now, that is for sure. Let's see, so Diego Costa, the only... Oh, we've only got 3 cars in the top 10 that haven't taken a pit stop since I've taken over, so I'm thinking they're going to be coming in soon. There's Zimmerman, in fact, in for OLR. So this will be their planned... Actually... Oh, they might need 2 more pit stops, actually, to clear the 65-minute stints. Of course, 2 65-minute stints is an hour and 30, so yeah, they're going to need to do 2 more pit stops. As are the rest of the field, actually. Diego Costa, then, if he can stay out for another 3 minutes, which is probably going to be, yeah, the end of this lap. So they've got 1 more pit stop. Wow, so this is going to make it a very close finish indeed. For quite a few of the cars. The Kanik is out behind the wheel as well. So too Kiselev again. An hour and 32 minutes left to go. We've got 2 65-minute stints at least then for these cars, and If Kiselev can stay out beyond the 1 minute 30 mark, it'll be two pit stops to go from now, rather than the 2 pit stops that some of the teams have still got to take, if that makes any sense whatsoever. So yeah, so still a bit more battling in the pits. We'll see if the cars can avoid. We've seen quite a few stop-go 30s and drive-throughs for speeding in the pit lane. It seemed to be a bit of a popular infraction at one point, so I'm not sure if the driver's not quite getting the correct line on the way in. Hitting the brakes and trying to get the car down to that 50 kilometres an hour. Quite a few of them missing that, unfortunately, and finding themselves on the wrong side of the stewards. There's one of the ACM cars. Oh no, sorry, that's Christensen. Not the easiest to see the liveries in these lighting conditions, although you do see the flames firing out the side of those exhaust pipe. It does look good. Ooh, we've got a yellow flag just popped up for car 420 there. And the 114 with another yellow flag as well. It is proving to be a tricky end to the race. I'll actually get oh. Yeah, it just ran a little bit deep there. Track temperature down to 18 degrees. If anyone was in the race overnight, did we see any rain overnight actually? The track does look bone dry. There's no cloud cover. So it looks like the drivers are going to get a clear 1.5 hours of driving under their belt. Ooh, we've got a yellow flag up in the top 15. Oh, wow! That is completely the wrong way. And yet that has not, I don't think, registered as an accident. Let me see. We shall see. 757's just had a bit of an incident as well. Oh, the trees might get in the way here. Oh, bouncy Lexus in front of them. Oh, just the tiniest of touches as he was going through there. And Javier Menu just takes a little bit of a tap on the rear of the car. And that's all it takes to send them into the barrier and crawling back towards... or back on track, but that's them running. I think 757's just had themselves a bit of a yellow flag as well. Jake Spinner once again behind the wheel. The trees do like to get in the way here, don't they? Oh, and it's the curb. That is the curb. Code Brown moment for the BMW coming through. But Spinner survives. With just the slightest of touches. It looks like Menu might have had another incident. The car looking really unsettled. It didn't look like a very big contact with the wall. We'll jump. Oh, he's got the hazard lights on. There's the steering wheel. Oh. Yeah, that's not a pretty sight from on board. Oh, yeah, he's got serious... Oh, and he's back in the wall. He's back in the wall and completely sideways. It is going from bad to worse from Manu. And this is something that we touched on at the start of the race. Just how unforgiving this course is. If you make a mistake in the first couple of miles, it is absolute... It's just a nightmare getting the car back to the pits when you've got no idea what it's going to do. You pick up this damage, and because there is such a variety of corners around the Nordschleife, you really... The cars and drivers are put to the test every single millimetre of this course. And yeah, you can see he doesn't even have any headlights on the left-hand side. He's completely wiped them out. So yeah, that's going to be straight in for some repair. So yeah, Many showing as a yellow flag. Divigiano just popping up a white... Okay, yep, sorry, he was going past a blue flag there. That's why he got the white flag. Let's see what's going on with Costa. Still in P4 and gone beyond the 1.5 hour mark, so we'll only have this pit stop and one more to take to make it to the end of the race. A lot of the field are still going to have two on top of the most recent one. Bielinski looking for a late overtake in the McLaren. He's got a Ferrari sized up nicely ahead of. Definitely not distracting at all for the drivers having that disco go on in the background. That would be some party atmosphere. I think I'm going to have to put that on my bucket list to attend an actual real life Nordschleife 24. Get involved in some of these campsite antics, even at my age. Likely to be some fun. We'll see if this overtake plays out here. We know how difficult it is to overtake on this track, and the McLaren should have the performance capabilities to get past the Ferrari, but it's actually finding a spot to do so as UGR gets a good exit out of turns 17 and then through 18. The tyres absolutely squealing for grip there, as you can hear. Oh, and we've got car 77 that's completely stationary on the track. It's Kiselev. And again, for some reason that one's not popped up. Oh no, sorry, it has. 77. Let's see what happened there. That looked like a big hit. Yeah, so even in these closing stages, the drivers really are struggling. Oh yeah, that's just no bueno. Big bounce off the wall, touches the curb, almost catches another two cars there, two of them just squeezing past. And Kiselev, oh yeah, yeah, we can't see that for the headlights. I'm not sure if you'll see that on stream, but I can assure you that bonnet is not attached to the front bumper splitter section, that's for sure. You can hear how tentative he is on the accelerator now, trying to get that car back to home base to get some repairs done. And while all that was going on, it looks like the McLaren did get the overtake done. Let's see if we can catch this one on screen. Oof, bit of a wiggle there from the McLaren in a straight line. That's not what you like to see. The McLarens have looked a bit sketchy around here. Oh, Ferrari ran deep. Yeah, there we go. Through miss, hit, miss. It was certainly a miss for the Ferrari. The McLaren stepping on through the door and saying thank you very much. Oh, 757, I've had an incident. GSL wannabe, come on Max. Yep, Bielinski getting some cheers in the chat, and that is a good solid move he's just made there. Jake Spinner has just popped up on the incident board as well. Let's take a look at replay. Take a look at the replay for that. Oh, we've got a white flag for the race leader. White flag for the race leader. He's just been involved in this, and we'll get a replay of that. Oh wow, there we go. The back end stepping out. Another carousel casualty. The mini carousel causing mega problems for quite a few of the drivers. And let's see, the yellow flag for Grettencourt. So this is on the Dottinger Straight. Heading into the pretty difficult little chicane section here. You need to be so precise through the section. Oh, bit of a stutter on the replay. Not sure why that popped up as a yellow flag, but it did. They don't look to be carrying any damage. Apart from maybe mental and physical fatigue at this stage. Grettencourt has put in a fair bit of time behind the wheel. Diego Costa is still out now. I'm wondering if they've come into the pits just before I've taken over the broadcast. Because that is considerably longer. They've been out themselves. Car treble 6 and car 77, Kiselev in the Lexus. They've not been in the pits as yet, neither is Aza, car 98. Beautiful baby blue livery there, Ferris wheel in the background. So much going on at this track. In fact, we'll jump on board with the Lexus and see exactly what I'm talking about when you come down. So we're coming down here. This is of course the stadium section, the Nürburgring track itself, down to the hairpin. or Goodyear as it's known, and then up to, of course, towards the Schumacher S's. There's another yellow flag popping up. That's car number 22. Miroslav Wresel he is certainly wrestling with the car at the minute. Sorry, terrible joke. Through turn 8, and of course it is down the hill and up again through Ad Van Bogen and then off into the countryside, all serene and sedate through this part of the track, that's for sure. Actually, I'm saying serene and sedate. I've just looked up 9 kilometres an hour wind. That is going to mess with your aerodynamics. Goodness me. Heading up the hill towards the chicane, the NGK chicane. Various variations depending on which one is being used for which classification of motorsport. But there we go. As soon as you turn into the Nordschleife itself, absolute party town going on there, flashing lights every place. And then you disappear into the countryside and it is pitch black once again. Oh, there we go. Nicely done. That looked very close there, but he obviously knows what he's doing. Oh, the Lexus. Oh, that's a big hit. That is a big hit. Cornet in the 814. Double incident there. Car 369 might have got caught up in that as well. Let's see what's going on with Cornet here in the Lexus. No damage. Oh no, now he might already be carrying damage here because his headlights are flickering. Oh. That's not the way to do it. I did mention at the start, some of these curves are higher than a Dutch Tourist, and that does mean the entry to them, they just appear out of the ground with an absolutely solid gradient, which means as soon as the drivers do hit them, they pop straight up. That is big trouble for Braden Yap there, losing pace. That's a 757. Going past, and someone's pointed out in the chat around P2. Yeah, it's pretty close up around P2. It says there's 2 to 3 minutes separating each of the top 3 drivers, but of course with pit stops and the Nordschleife, those gaps can very quickly drop. We've got Julien Boucher as well. He's within 1.8 seconds of 8th place, and Vincent Ugier. Holvidal not long got past, and he is gone into full defensive mode here, as you can see. Ferrari on Ferrari action in the well, I'll say the closing stage. Yes, it is the closing stages. We're almost 23 hours into the race. It did start a little bit later due to a minor server issue, so I think the race started 20 to 30 minutes ish later. Yeah, we would have been at the yeah, we would have had, yes, about half an hour to go. So yeah, we are slightly behind, but it just means the drivers have got some more reasonable times of the day to drive. Kiselev did come into the pits. That was a big hit. Cornet also came into the pits as well. Christian Hermann is on my board somewhere. There we go, in the pits as well. Oh, that BMW looking battered and bruised. A few of the cars in that boat, lights flashing because they are damaged, of course. Kiselev in there as well. Oh, and there we go. There you can see, so the front bumper up in the air, and that front splitter section you can see hanging down to the front right hand side of the car. So yeah, they'll be looking to get that repaired. Boucher still putting the pressure on Spinner. Camera change please, thank you very much. So yeah, Jake Spinner currently in 7th place for the 757. Did have a longer pit stop than Boucher on the last one, about 20 seconds. So that's certainly helped Boucher catch up, and looking to make the most of it early. Oh, let's say early in the lap, but about halfway through. 40 corners deep at this point. And this is going to be a bit of a battle when they got into the dot. Whoa, that's a big contact with the curb there. Brave stuff from the bouncing Ferrari. Oh, and a bit too brave. He's lost the back end. He's spun. Oh, Jake Spinner finds the car spinning. He's actually saved that impressively well there, it has to be said. And there was another incident after that one as well, so we'll get a look at that too. Hopefully the trees let us see, but again, just the curbs here really absolutely, and it's not even the curbs as well, it's just the back of the car stepping out. And it snaps itself back in to the correct direction. It's not often the drivers get that lucky. Oh, that's Jan Hofrader in the number 59. And again, another car. They've got no lights on the front left there. And just bounces off the wall once more. So that is going to be a trip into the pits for them pretty quickly. OLR got another car in the pits, Tomás Kluge. So this will be their planned penultimate pit stop. Oh, look at that, they're 10 minutes short. And I've been completely miscounting that, so ignore what I've been saying about the pit stops. They've got one left. Sorry, I've got that massively wrong. Yeah, so they're all going to be coming at the pits just before the end of the race. Diego Costa still out on track. Hasn't pitted since I've joined in. That's been about 45 minutes now. So you would think they are going to be coming in soon. They'll be hoping to get at least another 10 minutes out on track. One more lap before the stint timer expires, and that would be their last pit stop. So it looks like they've planned that pretty well. Dekenek is out behind the wheel of the 666 now. They've got that looking nice and neat, unlike their teammate's car, which is just left the pits. We've got Holvidal, car number 69. He hasn't been in the pits either, so again they'll be looking to try and get to the 65 minutes left mark, so they can get this done in one stop. Ronnie Hansen out for the 628, another car that hasn't been in the pits as yet, neither has Miroslav Resel. So they'll all be looking to make it one more stop before the end. A few of the cars up at the front are still going to have a pit stop to take. In fact, where it is Costa, turn 22, so he's got a bit of time to go. The gaps up at the top staying pretty much the same. 189 seconds between Grettencord and Ors, and 160 seconds between Angel and Ors. Costa 1 minute behind Angel, so is the podium still absolutely in the balance. OLR, I've got a car in the top 5. Currently 45 seconds down. Jake Spinner losing time with Boucher. Since Boucher got past, he really has got the foot down. And that T-Rex on the side. Apologies, it's a Velociraptor. Judging by those claws in that tail, I would say that is indeed a raptor. And yeah, definitely pounced on that last overtake, no hesitation. Spinner is losing time. Dekenek pulling into the pits. Oh, with an hour and 12 minutes left, so they're going to have to pit with about 7 minutes left to go. They can just do a drive-through, of course. That will clear the stint timers, and they will be able to get enough fuel in the car for an hour and 12 minutes now. So you would think it's going to be a simple drive-through for their last pit stop. We've got, oh, Hoftrader has just had another incident. Yeah, that car looking exceptionally damaged. So this is another one of these law of diminishing returns. Just trying to get his best at the end of the lap. Absolutely crawling along though. Oh, another yellow flag for Cornet as well. Oh, Oh, absolutely all over the place there. Car 814 with a dual incident. Let's have a look and see what's happened here. The Lexus out with Callenhard. Oh, again, back of the car just steps out and then steps out again. Oh, it does manage to do a slow ambling 360 there, get back facing the correct direction. But there was another incident straight after. So let's see what happened here. So yeah, just gone from bad to worse over that last lap. Oh yeah, you can see there, car just steps out. Manages to wrestle it back straight again, so yeah, good. Oh yeah, and then faced in a funny direction right at the end there. Hour and 10 minutes to go. Not long now, teams. Come on, you can do it. Holvidal has come into the pit, so Bielinski has gone back past again. Oh, Sonangel with a white flag going past the back marker, car 211, car 16. Ange Raviso back behind the wheel. He was out for, they were out, sorry, for the start of the race. Back out now. Let's see, a lot of trees there. Well, bounced off the wall and kept going there. Again, that's one that could have been. Are they getting resetted if they are off track? Or why they sometimes spawn on track? I'm not sure. Has there been a car spawned on track? It's maybe just a slight connection issue. Oh, we've got a yellow flag right. Oh no, there we go. We are running. Oh yeah, sorry. Server just having a bit of a moment. Okay, bear with me a second. I think the server just having a right, yeah, sorry, I'm just trying to jump through some of the information. It looks like we have had a minor issue with the server, so let me bring this up for the moment. Perfect opportunity to jump onto the pinned link in the chat, make a donation to the justgiving.com page for the air ambulance. Very strange, it's still showing me that everyone's in. Bear with me a second. It looks like this might be a me issue, so let me just try and reconnect to the server again.
Green light, show them where to go.
we go. I need to take myself back off mute. Yes, we got back in the server there, as you can see. Left it on mute. But yes, we are back up and running. The server not enjoying the spectator aspect of it. So now Diego Costa has come in to the pits. So they've been in. Jake Spinner is in. The timing tower might update slightly since I've joined, so the car positions on screen at the moment might not be fully accurate. We'll give it a couple of sectors for them to catch up. It's definitely still Gretton Cord that is leading though. Orr's in second place. Angel in third. Zimmerman in fourth for OLR. It does say there's only a 49-second gap between the top two now. That is building though. Yeah, that's a lot more than 40 seconds between them, so that is going to keep building up. It looks like Polymeni for the 782 Porsche putting on a bit of a charge at the moment. Yeah, they'll be getting charged for some new suspension at the end of the race as well if they keep hitting the curbs like that. But certainly Polymeni, the 782, hunting down this BMW ahead of him, one of the OLR cars. And I tell you what, he's looking the quicker of the two as well. Of course, through the twisty stuff, the Porsche is always going to have the upper hand. Backs out with it there. Yeah, Newfine Rally would have to back out of it with the different braking distances for the two cars. It's a whole different set of mathematics you need to be doing and calculations you need to be doing. When you've got another car in front of you, especially when the handles and brakes and accelerates completely different to your own. Just coming through, miss there, and he's just touched that curve again, but he's managed to keep it settled. He's absolutely pressing the buttons. It's going to be a long lap here. If he can get in front, he's probably going to get overtaken again on the Dottinger straight unless he can get that move done soon and really open up a quick gap. Wow, through Adnauer. Oh, we've got a car stationary on track, not far ahead of him, in fact. Let's have a look at that. Albert Drazier. Oh, Drazier back behind the wheel, down in 31st position. Oh, car's just disappeared there. And reappeared, and yeah, the back end of the car's just stepping out. Every single manufacturer so far. We've seen the cars, they're just driving along, and suddenly the back end completely steps out. We do have car 782 completely stationary as well. Sorry. No, sorry, he's not stationary. That was an erroneous reading on my dashboard there. Bielinski comes into the pits. That puts Holvidal back ahead. Now this is strange. It's saying I'm getting 86 frames a second, but the game is now stuttering slightly. Oh no, there we go. It's just a couple of the cars. That's very strange. Let's keep on with this battle here then. The BMW being chased. There we go. Over Limit Racing team being chased by the Porsche at the moment. This is the battle for 16th position. Ravasso back out of the pits after a very quick stop, it seems. But yeah, back out in 15th place. Jake Spinner out of the pits. Machado with a drive-through. Well, maybe just looking to clear the stint timer and set up a clever last stint. But yeah, it wasn't stationary in the last pit stop, but not showing as a drive-through. So that is a strategy drive-through there. Clear the stint timer and get back out on track. And it was still the battle for 16th that we were watching though, so we'll jump back on to the rear wing. And we can see the party is still going on in the background. 3:30 AM local time. You absolutely know how to do it. See how rough the tarmac is there, or it's not tarmac, is it? It's concrete slabs that they've got in there on the carousel to make sure they don't wear away. some seriously rough tarmac, and coming towards the end of the lap, the BMW absolutely holding the position at the minute. Janssen doing well to keep the Porsche behind him through the twisty stuff. And yeah, we are still running. Sorry, just checking some settings. And there we can see, just as I look up, the BMW doing very BMW things. The Porsche got absolutely no reply in a straight line to that car. All that hard work undone. Oh, for a big accident, Hive Motorsport. Sorry, Hive Virtual Motorsport. Oh, we've got another Ferrari coming up behind them at this point. Oh, no, I couldn't see if there was any contact there, actually. Another car coming into the pits. Let's have a look at this one. From Chasecam. Which we don't usually use, but the trees do like to get themselves in the way, so we'll make sure we've got full visibility. Let's see. So comes down the corner, there is a blue flag coming round here. Oh, yeah, gives him a tap. Into the wall. Clumsy, clumsy stuff. It does happen though. That's preliminary into the pits. Car hasn't picked up any damage, so that is a planned pit stop there. Grettencord will have one more go. There we go. The gap between the top two has settled itself down. On screen, so yeah, 195 seconds. So Grettencord is actually finding time. Oh, Jake Spinner with a yellow flag. Oh, really brave on those curbs still. Yep, and a bit too brave. Ow. Yeah, big bounce off the wall there for the 757. Jugier is still looking for an overtake himself. In fact, self-PM. Oh, we've got white flags every place now. Comes into the pits and almost puts it in the wall. Wow, that's one way to enter the pits, I suppose. Cornet's got a white flag. It was 19th I'm looking for though. There we go. So flashing those lights, trying to get past. It's Robert Volt that's behind the wheel of the 420 BMW. And behind him is the Ferrari, weaving left and right, trying to find a way past. I didn't realise the track was that wide. He's managed to move quite significantly there. Finding all the room. Look at that, even the grooves in the tarmac are showing. That is how close the headlights are. Along the Dottinger straight, you'd think the BMW would get this one done, but that corner exit did look to be a very, very, very good one indeed from Ugier, and he's going to pop out with the slipstream. Is he going to have the momentum to go past? He is indeed. Wow. And does actually get the car ahead before the BMW manages to match their pace. So that is a very good overtake for the Ferrari. It's not often you see that along there. Oh, and he's outbraked himself. He's going to collect him. Oh, and they've ended up making contact. Oh no, did they make contact? Oh, I may have misspoken there. Vault going the wrong way. Let's have another look at that one again. Did he manage to avoid the contact there? For all the world, it looked like they were about to have a bit of a coming together. Yeah. He's taking the oh. So yeah, so they did have a bit of a bump there. Just outbraked himself, was carrying a lot of speed obviously. Oh, and Jugier has come into the pits after getting the overtake done, so Volt's retaking the position. Oh, he does have a bit of damage on the front of the car, so they'll be keen to get that repaired, I'm sure, for the final stint. The final stint, which we are now into, 23 hours and 6 minutes the drivers have been driving for. And of course you all have been donating £455, 457, there we go, Giovanni, Matola, keep racing, with the £2 donation. That takes us up to 92% of the total, and actually I think what we could do, that's pinned and that's shared on all my socials as well. Please do as well. Even if you cannot donate, if you can donate a couple of minutes of your time, share that link on your social medias. Spread the word far and wide. Right, okay, yeah, so one of the cars is having a bit of an issue with the connection from what I'm seeing. A couple of cars coming in to the pits. Riel comes in. We've also got the Mercedes coming in of Max Fluger, car 437, making their way in. This will be their last planned pit stop. I think car 114 will be having some slight connection issues when close to other drivers. Does look good on stream though. Waffles and curry. That's a combination. I mean, that is a combination right there, folks. Waffles and curry. I'm going to have to run that one past my daughter as well. She's a big fan of waffles and a big fan of curry. I'm not sure we've ever had the both of them together. We'll find out. Ooh, is the 71 just squeezes past there. Big lift from the car in 29th. Hermansen does make it through. It's Fluger that he is trying to get ahead of as Fluger exits the pits. We've got some more penalties coming in as well. So what we'll do is we'll switch to the in-game tower so we can see what the drivers in the closing stages are dealing with. There's 5 seconds for McLaren. If I can get this thing to work, there we go. McLaren driving the Ferrari. See, George, his name's McLaren and he's still driving the Ferrari. What can you say? What can you say? Bariani has got himself a 22nd penalty as well. down at the back of the grid. I think we did see an incident there, and Vidal has picked up the fastest lap of the race. Where's Son Angel? Yeah, Angel is still in. 8 minute 10.072, so as the track temperature has fallen drastically since where we saw it at the start of the race, the times are certainly picking up. Vidal with an 8 minute 10, the previous fastest lap, the original fastest lap of the race, of course, was an 8 minute 7. That was car 41, but they're no longer in the race, unfortunately. So Vidal in the team, picking up those points for the fastest lap at the moment. Arnaud Ors is behind the wheel for the team. Handing over was Thibault, of course. They're still up in P2. That's their final pit stop taken, and it's Machado who is behind the wheel once again. Looks like he'll be bringing it home. They've been in the pits. Niels Rad brings the Audi in. That'll be their last planned pit stop as well. 49 minutes left on the clock. I did see another couple of penalties pop up at the bottom of the screen there. Oh, Barriani. That must have been a big one, and they've just RTG'd. So let's see what's happened there. They've picked up a 30-second penalty. This is the final chicane in the stadium section, of course. They've got the left-hander to go out into the countryside. Oh. They've pulled over and stopped. Hopefully everything's okay. But they have pulled over. They won't be overtaken, I don't think. Isam is 43 laps down at the minute. I did say actually when I joined in that we've only done 97 laps. Of course, there was a bit of a break in the server overnight. It was restarted, so not all the laps will be on that total, but certainly they have done 97 laps in this stint so far. Since the server restarted, that is still quite a few. Not nearly as many as you would have got at any other track, of course. We've got an overtake happening here, and he's up the inside. The 757 car. So a few incidents recently, and is losing positions. That is Strayman in the BMW, the treble 6 machine. Getting the overtake done. Let's have a look at this one in its entirety, not from that camera, of course. Let's see it here. So yeah, we're just down the dip in the hill. That dip there is an absolute nightmare on the suspension. Car bottoms out and you really do lose control for a second, which can be absolutely vital. Oh, spinner again. Not shy on those curbs at all. Oh yeah, the BMW just massively closing in under braking there. You think that would be the Ferrari's wheelhouse. Oh, he's run wide there, yep. So that's where the overtake started. You saw Spinner just mounting those curbs, and that's robbed him of his momentum. And that's given the BMW a very good run along the Dottinger straight, and given them a good gap already. That's about a second. In fact, 2 seconds. Yeah, it is up to 2 seconds. Car 59 picking up oh wow, Barriani and the team. That's up to 40 seconds now. Cricklin in 32nd place. The 114. They've had a couple of incidents since we've rejoined. They've got a 5-second penalty as well. McLaren still with that 5. Fonseca comes in to the pits with all the damage on that car. Let's have a look and see. Oh no, and it's into the garden again. Into Yokohama. And the back of the car just steps out. Wow, right into the edge of the barrier as well. That just... Yeah, we've seen such a variety of luck. Some of the drivers have a contact and the car faces the wrong way. An innocuous little tank slapper, the back of the car just steps out and it puts you face on into the edge of that barrier. And I can confirm These cars are held together with carbon fibre, super glue, hopes and dreams, and none of those survive first contact, or certainly high speed contact with any kind of solid structure. And that is another car finding out the hard way. Volt into the pits, so thick and fast pit season at the moment. Volt currently running in 19th place. Peltari was the other one I was looking for. There we go. Oh, now Peltari's only... Oh no, sorry, Peltari's not just taken over. But yeah, that is car 151 back in again. That'll be their last... Oh, planned pit stop is Kerkov. The Adenauer Forst finding yet another victim. I absolutely love the Chimera livery on that car, and some of it will unfortunately be left on the walls around the Nordschleife today. Let's jump back onto Forbidden Chase Cam, because there's a lot of trees through this section, so we won't necessarily see... Oh, just over-rotates it on that curb. Enter the tank slapper. Look at the rear splitter. There is a very famous phrase in Scotland about the rear end falling out. I won't use the exact wordage. I'm sure you can imagine, but it certainly looks like that's what's happened to the rear splitter of that car. Oh, and Baranye. Another spin, this time just off. Maybe trying to join the party in the stands there. And that's right at the start of the lap. Right at the start of the lap. We're about 3-4 corner. Well, yeah, so it's probably more like 12. Oh, yeah. No, just unsettled on the curb, and round we go. Ring a rosies. Kerkov. Whoop. Temporarily disappearing from the... Oh, look at all that damage. They've had another crash there. Wow, so there's been 2 crashes. We jump on board just in time to see them. Oh, and just as they're getting going, the back end steps out again. The back of that Ferrari is not a happy place, and you can see why. You can see that rear splitter of hope hanging down to the left-hand side. The aerodynamics in these cars absolutely vital for their performance, and again, it seems like a point that I've been labouring. I have mentioned it many times already, but when you pick up these bits of damage, you have no idea what the car's going to do the next time you go into a corner. And there is so many corners around here, it's so easy to make those mistakes. Cornet, oh, just with a white flag there as well. I think he's just picked up a slap on the wrists from the in-game stewards. I'm certainly hoping for the driver's sakes we don't see any drive-throughs for track limits between now and the end, as the race leader is into the pits. 42 minutes left to go. Car 100 comes in with a 3-minute gap, so they'll be in and out of the pits with the race lead still firmly intact. Oars is, as I say, about 3 minutes down, just coming through turn 35 in fact. So yeah, only a third of the way through the lap, so a big gap there. Son Angel, solo driver, started the race in second place. Was down to third on lap 1. And then had a bit of a longer pit stop, which I never ever found out the answer to. In fact, next time Angel is available... Alright, okay. Couple of stewarding points. Bear with me a moment. Okay, so that's that one sorted. Yep, penalty's not popping up there, so we'll get rid of that. And we'll stick with that. Oh, the 757. Oh, that's a big contact there. The pink BMW. And that looks like one of the front runners there. That's one of the cars from the top 5 that is currently being driven by Machado. Oh, comes around the corner. Oh, and he's right in the middle of the track. Let's get another look at that one from chase cam and see if there was contact. So this is Spinner being chased at the moment. Oh no, just put the foot down on the AstroTurf siding and the car spun. Bounced that into the wall, and that is a bit of damage there. Kiselev could be one to watch in the Lexus for getting up to 9th place, a minute behind. But that will soon disappear if Spinner does need to come into the pits, which he might. Yeah. We'll have a look at the steering wheel. Yeah, to go in a straight line, it's very difficult. Oh! I'm absolutely holding my breath on them here. Kiselev. Oh no, sorry, it's now saying he's a minute 20 behind. Oh, he's bounced off the wall again. Really struggling to get that to the end of the lap. On the Dottinger straight as well. We'll get a look and see just how bad it is for them. Yeah, you can see there, having to have the steering wheel aiming to the right to effectively go in a straight line. Absolutely not what you need, so yeah, I think they're going to have to come into the pits to get that repaired. Well, yeah, they're going to have to. You can't drive around Nordschleife for 37 minutes with that lap. I mean, 37 minutes, it's only, what, 4 laps? Yeah, 4 or 5 laps, but still. That is absolutely savage. Keep out of the wall, keep out of the wall. There we go. Oh, hello. BMW completely stationary in the track, and another car going through the 757 with a contact there. Let's see which BMW that was. This is Fonseca, so this isn't an incident with the pink BMW. We'll try and catch that in a minute. What have we got here? 33, so it could be 76 or 8. Yeah, Spinner comes in to the pits. Oh no. Okay, so this is Casa Grande actually. Yeah, so Casa Grande in 25th was the McLaren that we saw earlier. So he's going to get involved with this BMW. We'll see car number 8. Ooh, just mounts that curb. It does manage to get past though. Yes, here we go. Braden Yap, sorry. Oh, and again! Another car we see, the back end just steps out and he leaves himself completely stationary in the middle of the track, and bang. Here comes the Ferrari, just to make the situation worse for both cars, unfortunately. So it's all still kicking off. Sonic Hell still holding on to the podium. Spinner is in the pits. Christian Herman is in the pits as well. In the BMW, they've got a bit of damage on that car. They'll get that rectified and get back out for the final 30 minutes. Still at 19 degrees. There is a bit of cloud cover. It would be a cruel irony if we saw any kind of rain at the end of the race. Like, it's not difficult enough for the drivers out there at the moment. Spinner still in the pits. That's quite a lengthy stop. It did look like a bit of damage, although... Oh, they have just picked up a 5-second penalty as well. Although their pit stop timer has stopped, strangely. Oh no, there we go. Yep, they are up and running again. So 5-second penalty for them to serve. That'll get added to their finishing time now, unless they do have to come back into the pits, which we, of course, hope they do not, and no one else does either, unless it's planned. Zimmerman comes in, so this will be OLR's final pit stop, and that makes it an interesting one because here comes Machado. Who only did a drive-through to clear the stint timer on the last pit stop there, and it looks like it's paid dividends. What will the tyres be like come the end of the race, though? That is the big question. Zimmerman now down to 5th. It's 988 up to 4th position. Sonanghel's still got a pit stop to take, and is a fair chunk of change down the road. But I think deserves massive credit. To be doing this solo is absolutely incredible, and if I'm not mistaken, yes, they are the only solo driver left in the race. Got a few two-man teams, two driver teams still in the race, but certainly Angel, the only driver to manage this single-handedly, and is still on the podium. I don't know, a few people are going to be screaming curse to the commentator, but no, I've got full faith that they will make it all. That you'll make it all the way back. I'll make it all the way to the end of the race. My brain is not firing today. Angel's clearly is, but yeah, what an effort that is. 24 hours, single-handed. That pit stop for the brake change would have been a lot more than just the brakes getting changed, I think. Just catching up. Oh, a couple of incidents coming in. Let me have a look. Yeah, some penalties, some more penalties coming in. We've got some yellow flags and white flags popping up as well. Barjani, oh, are they in the pits? Oh yeah, that's shown as a yellow flag, but they are still running. Braden Yap in the pits as well. Oh, Barjani has been DSQ'd for speeding in the pit lane, I think. Yeah, Cricklin must be having some difficulties with the car as well. Constant white flag, so not quite able to go at full speed at the moment. Hopefully they can get that fixed. Paul and Mieri looking close to an overtake. Jugier with the bit of a white flag there as well. So it's still absolutely all going off with 30 minutes left to go. It is still Schmitz in the lead. They've taken their final planned pit stop, and it is now just the run home. I did see someone in the Discord chat asking if Car 100 could slow down just a bit so we don't have the extra lap. me see, we are looking for... Well, we seem to be missing a car. Alright, okay, so we've had a couple of cars disconnect, but we've had some rejoin as well. So we're back up to 39 cars. They've disconnected and rejoined. Hofrader, Nur Hassan in 38th place. High Virtual are in the pits. That's them taking off. That will be their last planned pit stop as well. Who do we have? We've got Holvidal. Still holder of the fastest lap with an 8:10.072. They've got a pit stop to take. I think I calculated they'd be within... there'd be no more than 7 minutes left when they have to come in. We've also got Tyrrell Janssen for OLR due to a pit stop. So too is Javier Menu. One of the Ferraris will still have a bit of a bump right at the start. We've got Kiselev still needing a pit stop as well. Shadow. Right, yeah, apologies. I'm going to have to give this a quick reset because it's completely freezing at my end. What I'm going to do... So it looks like one of the teams has actually hit the penalty point limit, and that's why they were DSQ'd from the race. That's quite a lot to pick up. Yeah, so they've reached and breached the 48-point mark, and they have been removed. So there we go. We're still at 91% on the total as well. Of course, for Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance, again, if you can donate, please do. If not, share the link on your socials, get the word out there and help raise money for a phenomenal cause not funded by the government in any way, shape or form, which is wild to me. So yeah, they need all the help they can get, literally saving lives. Harry, of course, from ACM, having himself an issue, and yeah, they came to his rescue, saved his life. So yeah, he's only here because of the work done by these incredible organisations. So if you can donate, again, please do. If not, throw the link up on the socials, and we shall see where we get. We're getting a bit more light, so I'm very quickly going to change us back. There we go. Back to the natural light. 4 AM it is. That's it. Yeah, we go. We can see the liveries now. Excellent. And it's still not going to take over. Goodness me. There we go. So Schmidt still with that 3-minute lead. Just goes past another blue flag there. Very handily indeed. As I say, 3 minutes ahead of Hors, who is 3 minutes ahead of Angel. Angel still got a pit stop to take. It's going to be very close to the end. He's got a minute back to Machado, who did a drive-through, so their tyres are going to be an interesting proposition for the closing 2 laps. And in fact, I think if we're going to get another 3, where is Schmitz? He's 17 corners in, so about 6 minutes to go. Yeah, so we'll finish this lap and then another 2 for the drivers. We've still got 39 in the server. OSRE bringing up the rear in 39th at the moment. Roche behind the wheel of their Porsche. Absolutely loving the look on that. Nurisan in the Lexus in 38th, and it's Miroslav Rezi, another Lexus, in 37th. Fonseca in the BMW. We have unfortunately seen a couple of incidents with them as well, into the wall, but they are still running. Hyde Motorsport as well. A couple of contacts in the closing stages, but they are still running and going to make it to the end by the look of it. Braden Yap with 5 seconds to be added to their time when the team crosses the line. There's the number 47 Porsche coming at the pits. This will be their last planned pit stop as well. Minimal damage on there, a few bumps and scrapes, nothing too serious though. Cricklin in the BMW, the 114 in 32nd place. They do have something written on the side of their car. Front Runner Racing, of course it is, in 32nd, and then Kirkov in the Ferrari number 5 with the Chimera on it. Love the sound of that. Whizzing past. In 31st place, Roland got 30th at the minute. Hol Vidal comes into the pits, and I tell you, was gaining ground on Pelemini quite handily there. That's going to separate them back out again. How's the solo driver going? How's going the solo driver? And good morning everyone from Dark Penguin. Good morning Penguin. Afternoon for some of us, evening for others. Those mad people. Bielinski's McLaren just having a moment there. The solo driver, we're down to one solo driver. Is Son Angel. Started the race in 2nd place. We're 23 hours and 40 minutes in, and he is in 3rd place. Does have a pit stop to take before the race ends. I think it is just going to be a drive-through though. I'm sure Angel would have figured that one out. Although maybe we'll take a stop and change tyres just because definitely has time, and when you've been driving that long, why not? It's actually 1 PM for me, but I just woke up Ah, right, okay, I had the stewarding night shift. Always fun. Always fun at the Nordschleife. Let's see, we've got late overtakes coming though. Casa Grande finding himself more than matched by the BMW of the TPDX team at the minute. This is the mini carousel, yes it is, of course it is. So they're going to be coming onto the Dottinger straight. Let's see what the BMW can do. It's all about this right-hander here. Ooh, I tell you what, the McLaren did run a bit wide. That's not the corner exit you want. It looked like the BMW got a bit of grass as well, but they did get a lot more momentum. They are in the slipstream and they are being absolutely pulled along by the McLaren at the minute. The McLaren sitting dead centre of the track. Yeah, still sitting dead centre of the track. Here comes the BMW. We can see it closing. We are just coming under the bridge now. They're going to go side by side. The BMW is going to roar on past, or is he going to roar on past? And he's going to stay side by side. Whoa, and a big lift from the McLaren there. I think they both thought they were making contact. The BMW really moving over to close the line for the McLaren. And to, of course, to carry as much momentum as they could through that corner. But that is job done there. And that is Loeffler for TPDX getting a late overtake done. That puts them up to 24th position. And he's just done an 8 minute 19.8, which is a quick time. That certainly is a quick time indeed. There is Kiselev in the Lexus in for their last pit stop, and they've got a good gap back to Spinner, who's got a 5-second penalty. He's on the Dottinger straight, in fact. So we'll see if he can catch up and put a bit of pressure on Kiselev in the closing 17 minutes. Ooh, we've got car 628 stationary. We'll come back to that battle between Spinner and Kiselev in a moment. Let's see what's happened here to Liam Madsen. He's just taken over for Christensen. We've got a lot of trees, so we'll go to chase cam. Oh. Okay. That is a strange one indeed. Kiselev is just out ahead. Yes, just out ahead. In fact, yep, there we go. Down to the left, that was Kiselev. So these two have got a race on their hands for P9. Only 4 seconds separating them. That timing tower will update in a moment. We're using the in-game tower just so we keep track of the penalties as well. So Spinner, if he's going to hold on, if he's going to take P9, needs to get ahead of Kiselev and put a 5-second gap between the two of them. So that is his mission for the end of the race, well and truly defined. That will update again in a moment when they get through a timing line, a sector timing line, which they are approaching. Smits is into turn 3, so he has started his 101st lap, or completed 101 laps of the session with 16 minutes to go, so it's going to be this lap and one more by the look of it. For the drivers to navigate. Again, I did see a couple of teams in the chat asking the lead car to go a bit slower so we could have one less lap. I think a couple are worried about running out of fuel. I'm not sure they're going to oblige on that, to be fair. Just done, in fact, just done their quickest lap of the race so far, 8 minute 11.102. So yeah, deciding to do the opposite of slowing down, absolutely getting the foot down. There's Tyrrell Jansen coming in for the Over Limit Racing team, OLR. This will be their last planned pit stop as well. They've got a good gap to Raviso. Oh, now do they? My apologies, I think I may have misspoken. Oh no, unless they're a lap up, I think. Oh yeah, very quick stop there. Yeah, just a splash and dash. They won't have changed tyres, of course. Yeah, 15 seconds. All they've done is take on fuel. Ravasso just exiting. There's a blue flag goes past, so Ravasso will stay 16th. Janssen for OLR will stay in 15th place. Yeah, flashes his lights past the blue flag. Javier Minot, the driver, ahead, but a big gap there. Jake Spinner, that gap now sitting at 6 seconds. And he does have now his Grundler. Oh, as are just slightly off track. Oh no, Grundler is well down on Spinner, so that's a different Ferrari closing in there. Son Angel. Yeah, now it says he's not had a pit stop recently, so I'm thinking he does need at least one more. And there's Kiselev. Sorry, Stremain into the pits. Looked like a bit of a wiggle there. Just checking the steering wheel. Everything looks fine. This one is going to be another splash and dash. So another very quick pit stop coming up for Stremain. Son Angel, of course, Machado managed a drive-through for their last pit stop. Zimmerman was only in for 22 seconds, so clearly only taking on fuel. And you can see Stremain there. That is the quickest splash and dash that we've seen so far in the race. They were only stationary for 14.2 seconds. So far, that's the quickest pit stop. I think Angel is going to top that though. In fact, that's even if he stays stationary. Let's see, we've got a yellow flag here for 76. Casa Grande in 25th. It's been an up and down race for the 76 so far. Oh, I was going to say, just looks so unsure there on the way into the carousel. Oh, and almost catching another car on the way round there as well. And I think that car may well be Miroslav Rezi. Yes, it is indeed. Did they actually catch him? Keeps it in the carousel nice and neat. Yeah, they made contact, unfortunately. Oh, and the Lexus got bounced off the walls. Yeah, that is a painful one. That is a painful one. We'll go on board with the race leader. What a race it's been for them. They were challenging for podium honours right from the get-go, and piled on a whole lot of pressure on Angel right at the start of the race as well. After starting in third behind them, and they've shown some incredible pace and consistency so far, and survival instincts. Let's face it, it's all about survival at the Nordschleife. Don't let anyone fool you and tell you any different. It is absolutely wild. And they've done an incredible job through the carousel once more. They've got the mini carousel and Advan Bogan still to go, and then that should take them on to their final lap. Son Angel is on the Dottinger straight. Wow, so Smits is actually... Yeah, Smits is actually going that quickly. I've just realised that. He's in danger of lapping Angel. Arnaud Oars. Oh, just a bit of a yellow flag there as he goes past one of the blue flags. Madsen, that's behind the wheel of the Aston. Does sound very good. We'll see if Angel does have to come into the pits. No, he's staying out for another lap. Okay, Angel is staying out. Oh, yellow flag. Oh, Nikolayenko. That is a painful one. Oh, they've already got the damage by then. Oh no, this is one of these incredibly long laps. Let me see, I think, yeah, original incident was back here. yeah, they're flashing yellow flags pretty much constantly now. They are going to have to come into the pits, unfortunately. That is a lot of damage. Let's see if we can narrow down the main incident itself. As you can see there, not aerodynamically sound is an understatement. Oh, bounced, bottomed out. Ow. Absolutely smashed in there. You can, and yeah, that always does make me giggle somewhat. You can see the contact there, and about a second later, the damage suddenly appears on the car. On Machado is into the pits. Nikolayenko will be in. So Machado did have to come in for another stop. Boucher with a yellow flag. They're keeping everyone on their toes. In game and out of game at the minute. And, oh. No, they've not run out of fuel. Yeah, so Schmitz. No, get the onboard camera. Can we see his feet? Okay. Was he actually slowing down to limit the number of laps? 8 minutes 17. Yeah, so that was an 8 minute 27. Right, okay, so yeah, so I think what he did do there was slow down a bit to limit the number of laps. Yeah, there we go. Sorry, just checking some of the bits and pieces in the stewarding. Is this the last lap? I think it might be. I think it might be. Schmitz has just slowed down and done an 8 minute 27 on that last lap. So I think he might slow down enough. There is Mohammed Azza coming into the pits. Everyone else has been in. I wonder if that's going to save Angel. Pit stop, actually. It might well do. The race leader is just starting this lap. Oh, Nikolayenko. Yeah, the BMW is still struggling. Already at the 8 minute 15 mark for the lap, which is pretty much their average lap time. So, yeah, they've taken as much time to get through this lap, 3/4 of the way through this lap, as they have through the entirety of any other lap. Such is the damage. You can see. Oh, this steering wheel. It's actually sitting pretty straight, all things. Oh, no, it's not. No, definitely not. Wow, that is an absolute nightmare for them. And on the Dottinger straight, we'll see just how bad the damage to the suspension is. There you can see the steering wheel. Almost at 6 o'clock. Actually, when we're talking about the steering wheel being in certain positions, is it the left hand or the right hand that's the minute hand? It's an interesting little question there. But yeah, there we can see, whichever way you count it, that is a near vertical steering wheel, which is not what you want to be seeing when you're trying to drive in a straight line. So Nikolayenko is going to have to come in and get that damage repaired. No way they're going to be able to survive another lap like that. Schmitz is about halfway, a third of the way through the lap. Angel is going to cross the line, so he's definitely going to have one more lap to do because he is ahead of the race leader. He'll be looking to stay on the lead lap, which he is about to go back onto when he next crosses the line. Will he come into the pits though? That is the question I'm asking myself at the moment. Schmitz has got a bit of traffic still to deal with, but the masterclass continues. So too for Arnaud and Thibault Oars. Anyone know the relation between the two of them, if any? Thibault. My apologies, popped an L into your Christian name there. But yeah, they're brothers, fathers and son, cousins, or just two friends that happen to have the exact same name, surname. Sonic, how stranger things have happened. Machado has still got 4th place. Zimmerman, though, only 8 seconds down. Sorry, let's go back up to 10. So, yeah, Zimmerman certainly keeping it interesting towards the end for Machado in 4th. Pierre Mayer in car number 42 in the Audi. Good showing by them. Good mix of cars in the top 10 as well. Ferrari, Lexus, BMW. Ferrari, Lexus, BMW, McLaren and Audi. So no majorly dominant manufacturers. Obviously 3 BMWs and 4 Ferraris. Would certainly testify to how good those two cars are around here. Car 757 still holding on to a top 10 spot. It's been an up and down race for them as well. To say it's been an up and down race for pretty much every car out there. We've still got 39 of them out on track. It's car 89 bringing up the rear with Gore for OSRT, their course in 38th. But Andre Schmitz continues onwards. I think when he crosses the line, it is going to be the final lap. I don't think he's going full speed at the moment. Oh no, that sounded pretty committed on the accelerator there, to be fair. Where are we now? Turn 44, still cracking on there. Son Angel has stayed out, so he is. Yeah, he's got that last pit stop absolutely perfect. Remember, we're on the last lap, so now is your chance to donate 91%. I'm going to chuck a bit into that myself after the race. We'll see where we get to. We are 91% for the Warwickshire and Northamptonshire Air Ambulance, who save more and more lives. Their critical care teams attend an average of 5 rescue missions every single day. Every day. At the moment. And that does, of course, give the very best chance of survival and recovery, which can be just as important. The critical care teams and cars mean they can reach those who need them 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. The charity receives no government funding for its daily missions, so donations enable the air ambulance service to meet the clinical needs of patients by covering operational costs to ensure their vital services are ready to respond. And of course, Harry himself having himself a bit of an issue and requiring the work of the air ambulance to make sure that he's still here, and we are eternally grateful for the work they've done in doing so. So yeah, thank you to everyone that has donated, thank you to everyone that shared it on their socials, thank you to everyone that is still going to donate. But we have 14 seconds left on the race timer. I think we're going to see the BMW strategically take this last corner. And yeah, 4 seconds left to go. 3, the timer will go. And look at that, absolutely bang on. It is car 100. Take a bow. Andre Schmitz, Felix Grettencord, Oliver Ferrez, and Julian Berger. What a race they have put together there. A couple more cars receiving the checkered flags already. Mayer bringing the Audi home in 6th position. Grundler in 11th place. So that is car 100 confirmed the race winners. We've got Arnaud Ors, who is going to take 2nd place, and Son Angel, solo driver. 24 hours at the Nordschleife, solo, and finishes on the podium. That is Luke Whitehead type material. So yeah, incredible drive there. Machado looks like they're going to be bringing home at 4th place. Great drive by them. And Zimmerman in 5th for OLR. They started outside the top 40. So what a drive it's been for OLR. They've got 2 cars in the top 15. Both of them starting outside the top 40. And oh, the way it's worked, he's still got a full lap of the Nordschleife to do. So there's going to be cars driving for quite some time still. We've got Ors, who is, yep, he's just coming to the end of his lap. Who else has a checkered flags? Boucher, in fact, a couple in the top 10 have been classified. That's Boucher in 7th. Mayer in the Audi, as I mentioned, they've been given 6th place. Manu is not that car. It's that car there. There is Javier there in the Ferrari. That's 13th for them. And it looks like Janssen in 15th position. I think one of the cars ahead of them has disconnected. Yeah, a couple of cars making their way to the exit now that they've finished. Not looking to hang about. There we go. Now's your time. Tyrrell Janssen for OLR. Front and centre with the donuts. More than happy to provide. Excellent. And there's Ravizzo pulls alongside. For Eclipse Racing, their turn for a quick donut or two. Ferraris do it better. There we go. I'm not biased, you are. Ravizzo finishing in a very good 16th position ahead of Polemine, the highest placing Porsche. 16th place, that is no mean feat around this course. That is for absolutely sure. We've got a few more down the field that we can't seem to jump on. Right, they might have jumped out already. Yes, so Gore for OSRT. Classified in 35th. Yap is in the pits with a 5-second penalty. Oh, now they've not got the checkered flag. Bit of a strange one there. Peltari is crawling through the course at the minute as well. Hopefully everything's okay there. Ors did cross the line. My apologies, I missed that. Revving the limiters off the Ferrari. But that is Team Ors, Arnaud and Thibaut. Bringing home a podium position, and of course rounding out the podium, it will be Son Angel. He's still being chased by Enrique Machado and Zimmerman as well. There's a lot of traffic they've suddenly come upon. I'm not sure if this is drivers that have actually finished the race and gone for another lap to cool down the tyres, or if all these blue flags. Oh, yep, 757, and that's Casa Grande as well, still looking to get to the end of his race. 757 was in there as well. That's Spinner in 10th place, so it's still happening thick and fast. Some of these cars, yeah, need to be absolutely on the ball to get themselves to the end. Spinner currently in 10th place. Casa Grande, the car behind him, in 23rd position. And then Machado in 4th is behind them all. So yeah, he's got a bit of work to do to get himself to the end. And yeah, blue flag just popping themselves out of the way for the fast approaching podium car. Schmitz is still in the pit with Ors. Angel, oh, bit of a bump there. All looking good though, and Machado is just following these drivers. Although he won't be keen for them to go too slow because Zimmerman is close. Oh no, sorry, it's still sitting at 14 seconds. So that is still sitting at 14 seconds. Preliminary in the pits. Angel still to cross the line. Huge congratulations to everyone that has crossed the line. 39 teams making it to the end. Still got loads of them out there. Is Fluger still out, TPDX still out on course as well. Of course, Casa Grande there. In fact, it's saying 25th, so yeah, I think a couple of cars have dipped out with the server already. Not really surprised after 24 hours of racing. Keen to get hydrated and probably some sleep. Stelly in 24th for the 296, 151 finishing in 29th, and Kuki Roland rounding out the top 30 in car number 45. Angel though tears his way along the straight, flashing those lights. One very, very, very happy driver indeed, I am sure. What an incredible job. 24 hours of the Nordschleife, single-handed, and finishes on the podium. Slight flex. So yeah, minimal rain over the 24 hours has definitely helped, and there we go. Angel would love. Actually, I should have checked the stint timer as he crossed the line just to see how close he cut it, because it must have been pretty close. This train of 3 cars is still making their way to the end. Spinner in the 757 is going to round out the top 10. So great finish for them. Started in 12th and at one point we're down to 36th. And back up to 10th place. But again, the OLR cars as well, 2 of them in the top 15. Jensen will be classified in 15th at the end. They started outside the top 40. So too did Zimmerman, who's going to bring it home in 5th place. Angel has crossed the line and very quickly, I'd imagine, jumped back to the pits. Full slipstream train all the way at the end, and Casagrande is going to pop out the slipstream. I tell you what, look at the pace that Machado's got, and he's lifted there. Because he knows there is nothing but trouble awaits if he tries to go 3 wide on the Dottinger straight on the last lap. Especially with Zimmerman still behind him and live in the standings. They're both on the same lap, so they do need to still bring it home and see that final checkered flag waved. And we'll quickly try and grab the highlights from this session as well. We'll go then. Casagrande crossing the line to get 23rd place. It's 757's Jake Spinner crossing the line to take 10th, and of course, oh there we go, more spinning, you'll love to see it. More donuts. Enrique Machado bringing home the 988 Ferrari in 4th place. What a race that was. We do have a couple more cars to finish. Car 666 is only just on to their final lap. That is how long this track is. I'm very quickly, bear with me, going to... so here we go. No highlights, unfortunately, from the session, but the highlights surely being the BMW's performance. Hall Vidal bringing home the fastest lap for the team as well. There was set by car 41 earlier. I'm not sure. Well, they won't get credit for that, obviously, because they've been disconnected from the server, unfortunately. Let's just take some of the load off the server. There we go. So yeah, Machado, Costa, Geronimo, Goncalves and Mora. Oh, they've been put up to the top, sorry. Oh, the BMW's maybe dropped out. So yeah, so that isn't actually the final results, apologies. They've got a bit mixed up in the wash. Ah, multi-class, you love to see it. But yeah, the results, of course, will be available on the exceptionally extensive ACM website. Make sure you go over and get signed up, get joined in with the racing. You can, of course, visit the sponsors, Uplay, who do hugely discounted games. So if you're thinking about getting yourself involved in ACC with ACM, it would be the perfect place to go. And of course, thank you to everyone that has donated. 91% of the total has been reached. That will be reached and breached by the end of the day as soon as I get off stream. But anyone else that wants to donate, please, please, please do. Our very own Harry calling on their services, and no under overstatement to say that he is here because of the hard work and effort that they put in and the funding that they receive. So thank you very, very, very much indeed to everyone that has and will donate, and thank you again to everyone that has donated or has shared the link on the on their social medias. Let me just see if we can. No, we'll just go back to the race screen for this one. Yeah, so we do have the highlights, a couple of minutes of highlights from the start of the race. We'll get them up to round out the show. Big thanks to Oliver Flynn, of course, driving in the Ferrari and commentating with myself at the start of the race. And George Cook, the wonder from down under in New Zealand. From TrackSpot TV, again, jump onto their website as well if you are looking for broadcasting. They are absolutely incredible and doing some great work in the background with technology as well, so don't miss out. Get yourself in there early doors. So big thanks to him, and of course it's been an absolute pleasure for me to be here once again for another round of the ACM Endurance Series. Cannot wait for the next one. I believe it's 5 hours of Paul Ricard that we've got up next. Oh yes. So make sure you get tuned in and signed up for that. That will take place. Let me just check that for you. July 5th. So Saturday, July 5th. Is when it will be 5 hours of Paul Ricard. I know that circuit isn't to everyone's taste, but I tell you, the racing action is absolutely undeniable around that course. So make sure you get signed up and make sure you get tuned in. Thank you to everyone that's followed and subscribed on the ACM channel as well. Your support goes a huge way to supporting a phenomenal organisation with some absolutely incredible things going on as far as the ACC career and multiplayer goes. So again, if you do enjoy your racing, get signed up to ACM. It is an absolutely incredible place to start your adventures, and indeed if you're a seasoned pro, get yourself in as well. There'll be an advert for that at the end, so make sure you stay tuned in and get all the details for that as well. But that is all we have time for from myself. My name has been John Wright, aka Double O Raven. Been an absolute pleasure, as I said, multiple times to be here once again, and absolutely cannot wait to be back once again. Until then, stay safe, take it easy, and have a great rest of your day.
Welcome to ACC Career Mode by ACM Racing. ACC Career Mode is back and better than ever, with a 3-month-long series containing over 50 races with mixed formats and challenges. Team up with friends to manage your finances, car performance and sponsor contracts, or go solo and manage your favourite car across the whole season, utilising the daily, weekly and monthly challenges to add some spice to your online racing. The best thing? You decide your career, with 7 different paths to choose from. Minimum effort is no effort. ACC Career Mode Quarter 1 contains 5 races a week, all stewarded and commentated live with a range of formats from 4 to 12 hour endurance races to 25-minute sprints. The full race calendar is available at acm-racing.com, with individual race sign-up taking place on SimGrid. Only available on Assetto Corsa Competizione PC European-based league.